Good evening. I call this April 9th meeting of the Morrisville Town Council work session to order. I'd like to pass it to our town manager, Brandon Zudema, after I acknowledge the fact that Councilmember Rashid Patel will not be joining us this evening, but he'll be joining us for all the other budget discussions and things like that. So, Town Manager Zudema, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Going to give you a brief overview, just some thoughts, I think, before we jump into this presentation. This is a bit of a unique budget year and a unique budget. You'll also find, I think, we're taking a little different approach than maybe we have in the past. You might describe that as putting all of our cards on the table to just start from the details in our discussion. So you've got a spreadsheet in front of you. I apologize for the size of the font. That was as big as we could get it to get it on an 11 by 17. You have that electronically. It's attached to the FAQs. So if you need to zoom in on that, you also have it that way. That spreadsheet, we will get to talking about that, but that is basically describing what is in the $8.6 million, $8.4 million that I'd like to lead you through a discussion of along with Byron tonight. So I want to start off with reminding you what we are doing tonight is not a recommended budget. We're not there. There's a lot in this presentation, but it is not yet a recommended budget. We're going to talk to you tonight about revenues, about capacity, and ultimately working towards a recommended budget. As a reminder, we meet tonight. We have a meeting next Tuesday that we could come back to you if there are requests for information that we can get together in that time frame. And then the recommended budget is to be presented April 28th, and then we have several work sessions available to us after that, including Thursday the 30th, which we will hold because we have budget and another topic that night with Town Center. Not going to pretend this is going to be an easy conversation. It will be a difficult conversation, and we'll have to make some difficult decisions over the next month or so. We are still seeing impacts from the FY25 property tax revaluation, particularly in regards to appeals. Again, Byron will get into that a little bit tonight, but the most basic way I can show you how that's impacting us, I think, is to talk about the penny. So this year, the penny is worth $970,000. Next year, we estimate the penny to be worth $971,000. I think that's as simple as I can start with, is there's just not a lot of growth there. And then some things that have impacted that. Again, less than 1% overall growth in property tax value is what we're estimating. Again, we still have appeals out. We'll talk in a few minutes about FY28 and reval. We'll also talk about what's going on in the legislature related to property tax. We only have about $3.5 million in actual new revenues. We're going to share with you where we're coming up with some other revenues to consider for investment, but that's what we have. And just, I think, for context, if you look at the basics of what are typically one-time costs, and that is your 4 reserves, which total 3.9, rounding a little bit, and then people. So people estimating, over $1 million. So at that point, you're already well past the 3.5 that we have coming in. So again, trying to be creative about revenues and how we can help you identify those and help you make good decisions about what you invest in. We received a total of $13.3 million in requests. We are going to talk about anywhere between 7.3 and 8.6 million of that, leaving about $4.7 million that we won't discuss because there's no assets there, there's no investment there to deal with those. Again, most of what I would say is new money is really on existing commitments, reserves, staff, and Town Center. We've already made a commitment to Town Center. Those costs are starting to appear in FY27 and will continue into FY28. We're also going to talk to you a bit about fund balance, how we've used it in the past, how we're proposing to use it this year, and how we might look at that differently starting in FY28. And we'll get into more details in that in the course of the conversation. We really feel like this is a bridging the gap budget year because there's a number of changes that will come in 28 that we'll talk with you about. So we're looking at opportunities to do what can reasonably be done for investment this year to help prepare for what are really some unknowns in FY28 that we want to make sure that we're able to deal with. And again, ultimately, our goal is to provide you with a budget that meets your needs and priorities, the community's needs and priorities, fulfills, keeping in mind their perspective, of course, and then staff needs and expectations as well, not just for 27, but 28, 29, and beyond. So thank you for that. We will then jump in. So our objectives tonight, which are now up on the screen, we've made a proposal to you about originally holding $500,000 out of this current year's budget. We're ready to follow up on that. Byron will talk you through an overview of why we're going to recommend that money be released for investment. We are going to present a budget preview and gather your input to help ultimately shape that recommended budget, clarify your preferred funding levels and what you are willing to consider in the context of what's out there, and then determine if there's any particular areas where council requires additional details either before or when the budget is proposed on April 28th. With that, we are going to then move into the $500,000 in held requests. You recall we fully budgeted for this year, but we agreed to hold about $500,000 until we knew what sales tax was going to look like. Interestingly, sales tax was not our problem. Property tax was our issue, but I'm going to let Byron talk you through a reminder of what those items were, and then an explanation of why we're comfortable recommending that you fund those now. Byron?
All right, so thank you all for joining us tonight. Just briefly, I'm going to go over these couple of items, and then we'll talk a little bit more about some other things as the manager mentioned. So the first area that we're going to start with is that we initially set aside funding for a pedestrian ADA accessibility study, as well as some additional security cameras. The ADA study is about $65,000. The security cameras are about $67,000. So that's where the $132,000 ends up coming from. We funded about $80,000 worth of police equipment, some rifles, a little bit of expansion of the drone program. We also,
Sorry.
it's okay, I didn't know if that was mine or not.
She's on breakthrough. I swear my phone is silenced.
We also set aside about $30,000 for some work in parks, specifically at MAFC for a pool shade, as well as some athletic scoreboards. I do want to point out that we ended up having to move on the scoreboards a bit earlier than April. The reason for that being the scoreboards were failing and in a state of in need of immediate repair. And so we looked at it and basically did the calculation that it made more sense to go ahead and replace those scoreboards with existing funding as best we could, rather than try and repair them only to have them potentially fail again and have to still replace them. With that being said, that did not affect this particular calculation. It was funding that we were able to ultimately find, and so we still had the budget set aside for it. Additionally, we had about $44,000 set aside for expansion of some smart sensor technology within some of our parks, $11,000 for some greenway care and some additional maintenance equipment in public works, some additional grounds and facility tools as well to go along with that, and the $150,000 for the O&I small area plan. And that makes up about $500,000.
Any questions on any of those before we?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I think Councilmember Garamella was up, and then Councilmember Scroggins Johnson. Can you go back?
Yeah.
Can you remind what is O&I small area plan, which area is it pertaining to?
So there was a lot of discussion about that with Perimeter Park, but we also, I think, gave you feedback that it's really will study office space in Morrisville. Now, of course, given the size of Perimeter Park, there'll be a big part of that, but it would ultimately be applicable to any office space in Morrisville.
Yeah, no, I think got it. I just didn't. And the other one is the athletic school scoreboards. Which field are we talking about?
So I believe it's at
MCP.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah, it was at the point where we're gonna have to invest enough money that it didn't make sense to invest in money knowing that they were
No,
gonna
I
be
was just
replaced either
thinking
way.
it was Church
Yeah.
Street or this one, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
Which. So we both have scored.
Yep.
Okay.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Do I have to hold it?
No, you shouldn't have to.
The right side.
There you
Okay, there we go. So there is two line items related to Public Works maintenance equipment and updated grounds equipment. And it's about $77,000. And in the proposed budget for fiscal year '27, there is a line item with Public Works equipment in the amount of $77,000. Is that the same, or did you just split the difference? And it's really $150,000 that Public Works needs, and we are allocating half of it now and then half of it in '27.
I think it's actually coincidence that the numbers are the same or close. But this is not, these items are not asked for in FY '27.
So it wasn't like a contingency in case it was pushed.
Correct. It's
Is it-
separate stuff.
What is the stuff? Just for my understanding.
This stuff, let me get that. Do you have that? I think we have some explanation in the FAQ document as well.
And while you're looking for that, I do have some questions about the OI study. I do feel it's important for economic development, you know, targeting to understand office challenges. However, with this study, is there anything the town can do? Because with the General Assembly limiting our authority, we can't necessarily rezone it if we find out there's a gap. We can't necessarily influence private investors to do changes that are outside our authority. I'm not sure why the town is funding something where the outcome is not something we can impact. I don't know what actions we can take with the results of this study, and it's a significant amount of money, $150,000. This seems more like the business community should invest in this so that they understand their options in, you know, strategic, you know, targeting and recruitment. So I just question whether we should use taxpayer dollars for something that we can't necessarily change as a town.
Very understanding that question, certainly. Michelle is gonna, I think, come up because she was kind enough to be here. You know, there's two parts to this. The first part would be the gap analysis to identify, you know, where are things missing, where are there opportunities? And then I'll let Michelle speak a little bit, if you don't mind, to what would then come out of that. But you're right, there are some limitations right now because of 382.
Yeah, and not to misspeak or contradict anything, I'd hate to do that, but our recommendation was actually to hold on this. One, we're seeing vacancy rates out at Perimeter Park up at about 70%. Not great, but higher than they were, so we're starting to see some recovery and kind of watching that a little bit further. I think Economic Development Director McNeil has also had some conversations with the ownership over there who the O&I plan was more about redevelopment as opposed to reuse of buildings, and with the trends they're seeing, I think before we go a redevelopment route, we would want to have some more discussions there. But absolutely, Senate Bill 382, it is still a concern. And we could do planning, but until we know that we could implement the plan, we would recommend holding for a little bit. Now, you could still go forward and do the gap analysis if you wanted to. That portion was going to be led more by economic development. And could still have a benefit to the town overall in terms of just looking at the market and comparing that to the town's inventory. So what is the market looking for? What do we have? Where are those gaps? And see if that helps us to direct some of our recruitment efforts or not. But sorry, didn't want to contradict anything.
Thank you.
That's very helpful, thank you.
And just to talk a little bit about the maintenance equipment. So as you can see on the screen, the 77,000 is the largest item there is the cricket roller. So we needed a new cricket roller for Church Street Park, mainly just because the old one, you know, in order for it not to get used in other areas, this allows us to have a dedicated cricket roller for that particular pitch, and the other cricket roller that can be used for other types of, asphalt equipment, asphalt laying, things like that, would be able to shift to other areas in a more generic use in public works. That's the main thing there. We also had a brush cutter there to be able to cut back vegetation on the greenway trails as well. That's what's being funded this year. For next year, the largest items are a sweeper and an aerator for the fields, mainly at Church Street, obviously, a sweeper to be used, generically in public works. So they are different items. It just happens to come to, roughly about the same amount of money. And I do want to emphasize the fact that, the things that were funded in next year's budget are still prioritized. So Public Works still had additional requests that we could not find the ability to fund. Those were the ones that were most critical based on the needs and the explanations that Public Works was able to give us.
I really do appreciate you taking the time to explain that, because I think the public is kind of curious about that as well. The one thing that we'll discuss later in some of my comments is about some of the new mowers that they were proposing for town center, but I'm going to hold on that until the town center section is discussed.
Okay.
Thank you.
I do not know if I know who came up next. Councilmember Rabati, Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, pardon me.
Yeah, I'd like to ask some questions about the police digital forensics equipment, rifles, and drone expansion. I mean, this sounds paramilitary to me. What's the justification behind this?
So the digital forensics equipment is really to allow the police department to, be able to do their investigations quicker, because right now they have to outsource a lot of that. There's so much technology in many crimes that they investigate, whether that's getting onto a phone and reading the phone and search with of course, search warrants and legally, but downloading laptops, downloading other devices that they can then track, cellular contacts and calls and text messages and other things. So right now they have to typically wait on others to do that. So this is the very beginning of them working towards, more of a forensic lab over time. You see some of that in the FY27 requests. Again, it really just lets them expedite the work that they're doing with evidence.
And do the rifles and drones represent an expansion of what we already have, or are these net new? Like, do we already have rifles and drones, but we want to expand those programs?
So we are in a 4-year cycle to add patrol rifles to the police department, so that every officer would have a patrol rifle. And that is so that when they are on patrol, if they get into a situation where a handgun is not enough firepower, which unfortunately could happen, it also gives them a much better ability to secure an area from further back, because the handgun has a limited range where a rifle extends that range. So it gives them an opportunity to be able to secure areas. It also gives them the opportunity to unfortunately be prepared to not be outgunned by criminals who would have long rifles or fully automatic weapons. So it prepares them so that they have those with them on patrol if they need them to act.
So the number of rifles that we'll have, if this request is approved, would be equal to the number of officers that would typically be on a shift?
We will have one rifle for each officer in their assigned vehicle.
Okay, so every officer has an assigned vehicle.
Correct.
So I don't understand why the officers aren't on duty at the same time. So I don't understand. I just think that when we look at this, I think that we have to sort of take a step back and look for efficiencies, this being a very difficult year. Does every officer need their own rifle? I don't understand that.
So part of that is that they qualify with that rifle, and so that they're defensible, that they have demonstrated that they can utilize that weapon, and that they're familiar with their weapon and how it's sighted, how it's adjusted. So that's an important component of it. I'm gonna let John, if he has any other thoughts, also share with you.
Thank you. There we go. Slide over here. So yes, in addition to that, officers qualify on rifles by serial number. Much like their handguns, they qualify by serial number, and they have to be proficient with that specific weapon. Every officer is on call. If we have a critical incident somewhere, we would likely be calling officers in, certainly from surrounding agencies to begin with, but we would be calling in additional officers as well. And so they have to be prepared to come to whatever scene with all the equipment that they would need to use. And they have to train with it, they have to practice with it. And it's common that in agencies like ours and how we deploy, every officer is assigned a rifle or a shotgun. We aren't using shotguns like others are doing so because of the environment that we have.
Okay, and how about the drones?
So drones, that is a replacement of an older drone, and I believe it is also one addition which has a different capability to do some different overhead aerial surveillance, people count, that kind of thing. It's got better software and so on. Technology is outdated very quickly in these type of things. So while we're replacing one, we also find other capabilities where we can use a smaller drone for certain things and other larger drones with different capabilities for others. We don't need two of either one. We need two with different capabilities.
Okay, do we need those drones right now is my question.
So this has been a request from the police department for the last 3 years, I believe. So it's do we need it right now? No, but they made a very good justifiable case for them over a period of years. We have pushed it off. The need continues. If not approved now, it will continue to be a need, and it will just be pushed further down the line.
Okay. And about what exactly is the pedestrian ADA accessibility study going to study?
So that is going to study accessibility across the town. So that is primarily a public works project where they will be looking at, accessibility onto sidewalks, accessibility into buildings, making sure that we are compliant. It'll look at greenways, it'll look at bridges, it'll look at all of that to make sure that we are compliant with ADA requirements.
But all of these things are constructed and inspected to make sure that they're ADA compliant when they're constructed, aren't they?
If they were constructed since these requirements were in place.
So we have never done this type, those requirements have been in place since what, the 70s?
The current version, I can't tell you when they came in, but yeah, we still need to go through that. I don't know that we've done not certainly since I've been here, have we done a thorough review of everything to make sure that we're ADA accessible.
And it would be public.
Yeah, we did a study. I think Jeff Brown, or even before that, the study was done. I think Giselle was also, I remember, the study was done not just the ADA, but if you, in a sidewalk, if there is a gap in between and, it's also.
Right, so we did a lot of leveling of sidewalks, but I think that also identified that we had additional issues that needed to be reviewed. That was limited in scope.
Yeah, but that study was one done.
Yeah, but at least some.
Okay, so what would be done by Public Works and what would have to be outsourced?
So a good portion of this would be outsourced from both a specialty and a workload capacity.
Okay, and the security cameras, are they a result of the study? They're in the same line item?
No, they're just coincidence that they're in the same line item.
Well, I mean, it's not really a coincidence. Somebody lumped them together. Is there any,
No,
there's no
they're-
correlation
The
whatsoever?
cameras are already identified. The cameras are additional cameras in parks.
Okay. All right, I guess that answers all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
So I wanted to follow up on the conversation about the O&I small area plan. So we can take that line item off? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sounds like you can take that off, yes.
Okay, and so there was also conversation about going forward with a gap analysis, and we are not doing that.
So we could do the gap analysis. That would be about, and I'm going off the top of my head, about $60,000 of that, I believe, is the first phase of that would be the gap analysis. The challenge is if we identify things that might be able to be acted on, if they relate to zoning, we can't do them.
Yeah, well, so where I was going, I don't even want to fund a gap analysis.
Okay.
If, you know, depending on when the next part of this planning, small area plan ever comes to be, and we start a gap analysis now, it'll be outdated by the time we're ready to do a small area plan. So I think it all, if in time, when it comes, it all needs to be together and in a timely way. And I'm gonna repeat what I said, I don't know, months ago when we talked about this small area plan. I guess it was last year we talked about it. I'm not interested in funding any kind of plan unless we get property owners on board. And, you know, to the same kind of end that we've heard from others here, if we're not going to be able to influence and don't have partners that are going to be able to influence change, it's not, I'm not interested in spending any money on it. So just wanted to say that again.
Okay.
I think I am okay for the moment to say, to move forward. I would like to see the ADA plan that was done. I've totally forgotten about that. So I thank Councilmember Garamella for bringing that up. When was that done and what was that study? Can we all, obviously I don't even remember it. So I'd like to revisit what that was done. I will say, based on the rest of the conversation tonight, I reserve the right to come back to this slide and tell you I don't want to fund any of this. So, I guess those are all my comments right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Coucil.
Echoing Councilmember Robati's comments about the police equipment, as well as, or Mayor Pro Tem Robati, apologies, as well as Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson and Councilmember Johnson about the O&I plan. I'm looking forward to more information coming back, especially about the pedestrian ADA study. I'm interested in that. With the O&I plan, though, a particular study that I would be interested in, which I understand if it's not, you know, right, this is the line item, this is what budgeted to do, but a value per acre analysis. There is a firm in Asheville, Urban 3, that does that type of analysis, and kind of get the background of that, but, you know, what's the use of that? You know, ultimately it'll be, you know, kind of what the study tells us. And what that study, I think, would show is there types of development that have a higher value per acre? I know I've mentioned that in the past. And then are there ways that we can guide the redevelopment of the town such that it increases budget capacity in the future through more efficient land use, essentially? So that's coming out of left field with that. If it's possible to be retooled as, you know, a budget capacity increase study through land use, I would be interested in that, but I understand if that is not, you know, doable.
Okay. Councilmember Garamella and then Mayor Collins.
Yeah, I think I remember why this was put in place. The reason it was put in place is because we were worried about a tax rate and the vacancy. And what happens when there's a vacant building, for example, say a company XYZ has a net portfolio of $100 million and the building is $20 million, so we tax $120 million. And if that company has left, we tax only $20 million. So it directly affects our tax base. And moreover, we're already hearing the amount of appeals that come in play, and that will continue more because the fluctuation is there so much. So this study at the time, the thought process was, instead of, there was a meeting, to give you a background, with the developers, and also Liz was there and Bay County people were there, so everyone was telling, I need this, I need that. So we wanted something independent from our side. What is right for that area? And that we can independently make our judgment. And that was the pretext of that. So that is to safeguard our properties and the tax base and direct if a change recourse is needed and do exactly what is needed. So that was the plan. And that's the reason I forgot about it. When you reminded me, all these things came back.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor?
Yeah, I'll just continue on that same theme, that there was a really good meeting between the owners, developers, Trinity Partners, Wake County Commissioners, a lot of the council members were there as well. That need has not changed. In fact, it has actually increased because now we have a lot of people using the property tax appeal process. So I'm concerned that if we wait another year before actually trying to address this, everyone's bringing up SB 382, we would not do any zoning without the permission of the owners. If it's a voluntary, we're working hand in glove with these groups anyway. I don't see how SB 382 changes the fact that we're not going to do anything to them. We're doing something with them. So instead of just tabling this right now and saying we're not going to invest this money in preserving our property tax base, which, as you said, is really important, in the next reval, it could be stunning how much value we could lose. We're losing only $1 million or $2 million this year. It could be more than that in the future if we're not careful. So I would say, let's not say no to this right away. Let's try to do a convening led by our economic development with that same group, which is going to have some different players now, and see what we can partner. The first time that we met, they just wanted us to do stuff in their facilities and essentially bring their workers back. That's not our role. Our role is to make sure that they are a vibrant, successful business. And us doing programming within their facilities, that wasn't going to work. They were already doing that to no avail. So we just need to find the right companies and work with them to try to make that perimeter park and other areas more vibrant again. Southport is doing that successfully to a certain extent. I don't know the details, but if we can work with them instead of just pushing this off another year, I think that would be a really worthy use of our taxpayer dollars. So I'm just asking us to not give a hard no now, but let's morph this a little bit, work with planning, work with economic development, and see what we can do together with these owners, with these properties, to make sure that they don't lose value.
Excuse me, TJ, you don't want us to push exactly what off right now?
I don't want us to do a hard no on this $150,000 investment into the future.
Okay.
I'd rather table it for a month or something, but not say a hard no right now, because then that money is going to be going somewhere else, and we actually, I think, need this money to do this investigation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson and then Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
So I appreciate you adding the very important part that at that meeting, they were not willing to spend any money. They wanted the town to save them, and they wanted the town to invest and help, and that is not our role. So that was a really critical piece of that meeting, and that's why when we had this conversation about funding this small area plan, I'm going to repeat what I just said 10 minutes ago. I specifically asked that our staff reach out and make sure that we had partners that were willing to invest and make change and make sure that whatever the plan was didn't just sit on a shelf, but that folks were ready. I am not hearing that, so I am not interested in funding this or even saving this money at the moment until more due diligence is done on our side to make sure that we have partners that are willing to invest. Because, and I realize this is a very important topic in the town of Morrisville because we have so much revenue tied to O&I and that development. But if we don't have partners that are ready at the moment, I don't want to spend any money. I don't want to spend the taxpayers' money for something that on the receiving end, the folks that can actually do the investment and make the move are not ready to move. So until we have had that kind of conversation and we're good there, I'm not interested in paying taxpayers' money, even knowing that this is a critically important area town for revenue for the town of Morrisville.
Thank you. Councilmember Scroggins Jones.
I just wanted to recognize the fact that the microphones might need to be calibrated a little bit in a break because the sound isn't working very well on the live stream as I received information. So I apologize. I'm trying to speak into the mic as best I can. I do like Mayor Colley's suggestion about working with the business community and trying to come up with ways of activating, invigorating, reimagining how Morrisville can be. But I don't think we need to invest in the study at this time. It might be premature to invest in a study at this time, but it is an investment of time with the chamber and with some of our local property owners to come together for a summit of some sort and have a meeting to kind of say, what is the state of our office community and commercial properties, and just do some brainstorming then without a commitment to doing an OI study or anything, and just kind of see what is the need, what are the questions, what are the direction that and vision we have for Morrisville as a combined community.
Thank you.
Yeah, kind of like and that opens the dialogue versus having a solution that may or may not be appropriate.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I also would be a little bit more favorably inclined toward the study if staff can find some developers, some business owners, some partners that would be willing to fund part of it. Because I think that this study is going to return a lot of actions that could be taken on by the business community. So I think, and I would feel better about that if they had some skin in the game and we were all together committed to each of us doing what we could to implement the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the items? Okay, Myron.
All right.
What did we miss on?
I will let Myron give you some information of why we feel that you could fund these, but I think what I heard at least one, if not more persons say is we may need to circle back to this at the end rather than ask for a decision right now.
Okay, so how did we come to the decision to be able to say that we feel comfortable funding these items? So first off, these items were already appropriated in the 2026 annual budget appropriation, which means you don't have to appropriate additional dollars. You don't have to, we don't have to take a budget amendment in order to fund these items. All we need is a simple yes or no from you all in order to be able to move forward with these. Staff is prepared. Staff has already done the legwork to be able to move forward with them if you all feel so inclined. Second, do you want to talk a little bit about sales tax? We have seen sales tax come in higher than, it did previously. We initially set aside a pretty conservative estimate for our sales tax budget for this fiscal year. As a result of that, where we normally grow about 7%, we're growing at about 11%, considering the decrease in the budget or the lack of increase in the appropriation for this particular year. So if we had sort of moved along this traditional path of where we've traditionally seen sales tax, we would see it growing at about 7% this year. However, it's grown a bit higher. So that frees up a little bit of additional funding that has not been otherwise appropriated, that we feel comfortable being able to use this, considering the other additional revenues that we've received and the other additional property tax information we've received. Additionally, we've had pretty significant growth in our planning fees, our utility taxes for the year, some MAFC memberships, and some other Wake County fire tax revenue that we've received that also make us feel comfortable that the conservative budget that we put forward saw additional revenue come in. We've worked diligently with staff and other departments to ensure that we can find other cost savings in our current operating budget for the year. We've freed up roughly about $500,000. I know that's another coincidence, but it was about another $500,000 in purchase orders that had either been carried over from the previous fiscal year or had been opened and completed under budget. whether that is natural savings from the projects coming in a little bit lower or additional efficiencies that we were able to find. Either way, we were able to find about $500,000 for funding that we are not going to spend this year that's already been encumbered and now is unencumbered because we've closed those POs. All of these items were one-time items, so they are not recurring, so we don't have to worry about additional recurring funding impact for these particular items. And then lastly, I do want to point out that any sort of deferment, I know we've talked ad nauseum about this, tonight already and previously before in the budget process, but deferment of these items will have an impact on next year's budget because these are items that ultimately departments have determined are necessary. We don't want to bring you all any sort of fluff in the budget. These are items that we all feel are prioritized and are necessary in order to be able to get the work done for the community. And with that being said, we'll move on to a couple of questions. I know we've talked a little bit about it, but the first place I do want to start, does anybody have any additional questions after the additional information that you just received about these items?
No, but thank you. I had that question about what was freed up, how much, so I appreciate that. And you're going to talk about the property appeals later on, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if we don't have any other questions, are you all ready to talk any more about this, come to a consensus, or do we need to kind of pause on this? Okay. Okay. Hold on a second, we have a
John's
comment.
trying to say something, but the mic's not working.
I'll have to be loud enough. Our technology isn't working here. So to your comment, ma'am, we have looked at the settings, they're all fine. If you could just move closer to your microphones, that should solve the problem that we're hearing online. Thank you.
All right, so we will plan to come back to this particular section, and we'll move on to a little bit of a base budget overview before we move on to additional funding requests. So as we mentioned in the previous meeting, our base budget this year is $54.2 million. That includes recurring obligations as well as additional funding that we saw in additional revenue. So of our $54.2 million, about 60% of that is personnel. So that's existing staff obligations, other compensation, training, benefits, certifications, things like that. That makes up about $32.8 million of our base budget. 14% of that is also other operating expenses. Those are things like supplies, other maintenance items. That makes up about a little bit under $7.5 million in the general fund. 12% is planned debt. That's $6.5 million that's transferred over to cover our debt obligations for the fiscal year. 11% is our contracted services, things like our janitorial services, solid waste services. That makes up almost $6 million. And then lastly, our street repairs and our street maintenance line, including our Powell bill maintenance, that makes up about 3% of our base budget. It's about $1.7 million annually. Almost $1 million of that comes from Powell bill. Looking at the revenues, as I stated a minute ago, $54.2 million in base budget expenditures, but $58.5 million in base budget revenue. So that left us with a little bit over $4 million in capacity, considering the fact that, as the manager stated, we were able to look at other areas to be able to offset additional expenses, to be able to lower that number, and find additional revenue to be able to increase the base revenue number. I do want to point out that about 60% of our revenue in the base budget is made up of ad valorem tax, our property tax. And as the manager stated, $970,000 was a penny this year, $971 is the projected penny for next year, which means 60% of our base budget revenue is not growing, barely growing. Additionally, about 91% of our total revenues are made up of other, between property tax and our other taxes. So sales tax, utilities tax, Powell bill, things like that. Roughly 9% comes from other sources such as development fees and parks and recreation fees. All right, and then any questions about the base budget information before we move on to the preview? Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pritchard.
I want to know if we're on the 60%
costs, which are personnel-based. We had talked about aligning, right-sizing performance. I'm sorry. Looking at the 60% of the budget that's personnel-related, we had talked about right-sizing or right-aligning the amount of merit increase that we were giving out. We talked about the 3 being most people should be a 3, 4, very rarely is there a 5. So I assume that part of the 60% is merit increases and such. Have we completed that process? Are we aligned now?
So I think that's always a work in progress. We have done additional training with staff with the expectation of, clearly defining those, what meets expectations. And that can be come to work and do a pretty good job. And then, when you reach that step 4, you've really done something to be noticeable, doing more than others. And then, that rare 5 should be, you were just amazing all year long. It shouldn't be, you had a good week, you had a good month, should be the whole way. So we're certainly working on that. What you'll see when we get into what we're discussing or proposing is we are looking at some different things related to how we compensate employees to make sure that we are still doing our best to be at market, but to also reel that in a little bit. We're going to talk about reducing COLA a little bit this year. We're also going to talk about how we handle paid class. What I've proposed so far keeps us at 3%, 4.5%, and 6%. We actually just came from the Wake County Managers meeting yesterday, and this is the month that we always get together and share our woes about budget. And so there was a lot of conversation. Everybody shared, what are you doing for merit COLA? What are you doing for other things? And even if we go to 1% COLA, at the top end being 7%, we're still ahead of a good portion of the county and our peers. So, I don't want to change everything in 1 year and negatively impact staff, but I do think there's more conversation coming in future years about how we control for that and make that sustainable over time, because it has grown on us to some extent.
I think it's a tough year to adjust people's COLA because the cost of living is, not going down. But yeah, I just want to make sure that, we spend so much on personnel. I just want to make sure that we're spending it on employees who are truly making an impact in the town. That's my pitch on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we'll talk a little bit about some other things we're doing. One quick example is health insurance. We still have a health reserve that's very healthy, so we're going to absorb some increases for the majority of our staff again this year. Again, trying to do some balancing there. I don't want to, give you a smaller raise and then give you a bigger healthcare cost where you lose out, right? So we're trying to be very cognizant of that. And we'll have some more details for you as we go through. Councilmember Johnson and then the mayor.
So, Byron, you may have said this. This slide is helpful to see the percentage of the base budget, where it all goes. And you may have answered this and I missed it, but of the 3 million that is above last year's base budget, maybe that's an FAQ. Can you please, and maybe it should be an FAQ so I remember it, please tell us what that is? I know you said reoccurring obligations, but what is that?
Yeah, so of that $3 million, just a quick and dirty estimate of it, about 2/3 of it is personnel. So about $2 million of that $3 million is personnel. The rest of it is operating expenses.
Okay. And can you break that down a little bit more for us? Maybe that'd be really
Yeah,
helpful.
I can. Yeah, we can certainly bring that back in an FAQ.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor?
And I guess maybe a prediction of what it'll be this year from this base budget to the next one if we implement these other changes.
So
Does that make sense?
So you're saying where we would be in FY28 base budget?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can bring that
Sort
back
of
to you based on.
Project that trend.
Projections.
Yeah, we can
That'd
certainly
be
do that.
helpful. And working backwards, you talked about the FY26 being 970, FY28 expected to be 971. What was FY25? What was FY24 for a penny?
Yeah,
Just
we
to
can
really
certainly-
illustrate how there's a large jump some of those years.
Yeah, we can bring that to you, but also have a slide that touches on that a little
Yeah,
bit
we have a
later too
slide.
as well.
Okay, I must have not processed that at the time. Thank you.
Councilmember Scroggs Johnson.
Can we go back a slide?
Yes,
There's a slide that,
is it that one?
yeah, that's the one, that the glass is half full kind of thing. I like this visual representation. I think it's like, should be on a big poster in the back of the room. But the one thing that I'm curious about is of the base budget capacity of the proposed new expenses, how many of those commit us to a recurring cost? So I know in the body of the presentation, and I've been teasing them out, it says recurring expenses, but a visual that showed maybe a little bit of this capacity, how much would be absorbed by recurring expenses? So we know for fiscal year 28, what would it be our new base budget, or at least anticipated? And this is draft. I know it's not a committed thing, but at least it gives us an understanding of where, you know, the next step would be, and so we can kind of manage that with the town center activating fully in fiscal year 28. That's going to be an even bigger amount.
So Byron has a slide for that that we'll get to, has that broken out. And also, if you look at your spreadsheet, again, this is the sort of what we would propose to discuss. It does show what's recurring and what's one time.
And I read all that, but I'm a visual person, and I'm just saying for this slide, it'd be nice to have another line in the glass that shows what the recurring expenses is, because I have used Excel to add up all the recurring expenses that you shared. It's just, as a picture, it might be helpful for me to explain to constituents what this looks like.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions here? Councilmember Coucil.
I wanted to echo Councilmember Scroggs Johnson's point here, and I think what I would be interested in is trend data with that. So, you know, year over year for the past however many years we would want to look at those recurring expense increases. That would be useful, I think. And there's some other trend data I think that would be useful as well, but I can send a follow-up email about that. I'm curious about the ratio between the highest paid full-time employee and the lowest paid full-time employee. So just be nice to know that information. That's my comment.
Probably a ratio of about 5 to 1. Mayor, your question?
I apologize, I was going to ask. Councilor Johnson had one, but it was me, also guilty. Thank you.
Okay, then Byron.
So now we'll go into the budget preview.
So none of this will surprise you, but I think it's important to discuss it briefly, also important for the community to hear this. So like every year, we have opportunities and we have challenges in the budget process. You know, our opportunities is that we are still understanding the community's perspective. We're still doing outreach on that. You know, the work that we're going to do here with you is focused around that, around your priorities that you identified through the SOAR exercise at retreat. And then, of course, we're always aligning with the strategic plan and focusing back on that. We do have an opportunity in the context of tax-based growth that is coming. We are going to see primarily the GO district come online. We're also going to see Town Center come online. So that gives us opportunities. There's not much of that in 27, but that is an opportunity in 28 and beyond. Just as a reminder, we continue to be very conservative in how we estimate revenues to make sure that we're safeguarding ourselves in terms of fiscal solvency. And again, we're following a variety of different information that comes from NCLM, that comes from our financial advisors at Davenport, and even talking to our peers about how that's happening. Creative solutions, again, we are always trying to make sure that we are looking at positions and don't just fill it, but do we need it? Is it doing what it's supposed to be doing? Be creative about the workload and how that's handled. One example from this year is that when this budget was, requests were starting to come in, there was an ask for a website position in comms. And instead, Aaron has worked with John, and they have done a realignment of that department. You heard some of that when Aaron spoke to you last week, or I guess 2 weeks ago now. And so we're not asking for that position because she's realigned her workload and is going to be able to manage that in department. So we're always looking that way. There's not always those obvious examples, but we continue to focus on that. And then our other opportunity is sponsorships. So you'll hear this again, but as you look at the numbers we're talking about, there is no acknowledgement of any revenue from sponsorships right now. So should those come in, that really becomes just an opportunity for either a little flexibility, or that's a tool to potentially put that into the budget where we can use what was in there to help build fund balance back at the end of the year. There's a lot of different options there, but we will have some sponsorship opportunities that will come, as soon as FY27, and then we'll continue as we build things out. On the challenges side, the revaluation, the whole property tax situation is challenging. So we've talked a little bit about, we've lost some anticipated revenue as a result of the revaluations and some rebates. We have seen very little growth there. We also have the legislature, the House, what was a select committee is now a standing committee to address this issue. Absolutely going to see a constitutional amendment in November that's going to address property tax adjustments. I think that next week we will probably find out a lot more detail about that the next time the committee meets. So I'll be there to listen to that and to understand that. But that is definitely an unknown, particularly for FY28. As we discussed, limited to new revenue, where we've really seen a reduction there. And we have expanding service investment expectations. We continue to grow. We continue to put on more events, more programming. We're opening town center. We're expanding other things. So there is, there's an expansion that's occurring that needs investment. And again, we're always looking at balancing capital and operational needs. We have to keep, the wheels turning day to day. But one of the things that I think you should be particularly proud of is how you've approached CIP over the years. And now you have a very good working 5-year plan. You have a 10-year with unfunded projects. You've made very good decisions about maintaining good AAA ratings across the board. So we've done a lot of things right, but there's still challenges when there's only so much revenue as to how do you deal with balancing those. And then again, there's, prioritizing existing obligations versus anything new. And as you've seen with this budget, there is likely to come a time when if we want to do something new, we may have to talk about what do we do less of, just based on the simple math of it. Okay. Any questions on any of that? Councilmember Johnson?
So are you going to talk more about the appeals? Because,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
all
we
right.
have several slides coming up. I'm hitting highlights of.
Okay, thank you. Were they in here? They're not, I'm talking, what does that mean to us as far as revenue is
We have
concerned?
added that.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, that's in the new presentation that came out about an
Correct,
hour
yeah,
ago.
we added,
Okay.
I think, 4 or 5 slides
Thank you.
today.
Thank
that
you
we've
for-
still been working on.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Okay. And also, thank you for the information about FY &23 to '27, the average growth. Can you break that out by year so we can see what the trend is? The average is very helpful, but I'd like to know what the trend is, and if there's any projections for 28 and beyond.
We can, I think the one challenge there is that 25 is such an outlier because of the reval. We'll get you the numbers and you'll see that. But
Put an asterisk there, that's fine.
You'll
That's
see
fine.
it. You won't
Yeah,
need an asterisk. You'll see it.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. So I've touched on some of this. This is just, I think, giving you a little insight into what I'm thinking about, what the budget team is thinking about, is how we've approached getting to this point. Obviously, we're trying to balance those available revenues with council and community priorities. We are maintaining an ongoing commitment that we have as staff, that you have as council, to public safety, probably first and foremost, to smart development, and also to transportation. We are trying to take a resilient focus on staff compensation and benefits, finding that balance between being market competitive but also being sustainable. Obviously, we have a focus on the town center. You'll see that when we get into some of these packages. And then a lot of what we're doing is just maintenance and replacement. There's very little truly new, we haven't talked about it before, stuff in this budget.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about capacity for this year. So, and how we actually get to the capacity we get to. So first area we always try and take a look at are what additional projections for our revenues do we have the ability to leverage? Sales tax being the most, the one that typically swings the most in our projections, our focus every year. Also looking at user fees, making sure we capture any sort of growth, changes in programming that help shape those particular revenues as well. We also look at repurposing any sort of savings we find in our base budget process. So as you all know, this was a year we did a deep dive, really worked with departments in order to look at making sure that we have right-sized our operations and our base budget so that we aren't picking up things that we don't necessarily do anymore, aren't having things that are overly funded, to make sure that we utilize the resources that we have in the most efficient and effective way. We go through that scrutinization process with departments. Be honest with you all, it's a hard conversation that we have every year, and it's intended to be that way because we want to make sure that we are being as efficient and effective as we possibly can. Additionally, this year is the first year that we look at reinvesting the MSD funding that we receive every year. So the Gables project is getting ready to be let, and that will close out the remainder of those MSD projects, which will allow the MSD to be able to repay the general fund moving forward. And we have some additional information about that as well. Additionally, we also look at utilizing reserves where we can. Obviously for only one-time expenses, but things like the health reserve, as you all know, we participate in the NCHIP within North Carolina. That requires us to set aside a certain level of reserve within that particular program, but also we set aside reserves in our health fund every year as well. And what that allows us to do is to be able to get by with this year where we see an increase, but not have to pass that on to employees if they stay within that base in that high deductible plan. Additionally, we have our debt reserve. In a similar fashion, you all know that we have a long-range debt plan that factored in the fact that we knew there was going to be a year or two that would rise above that $6.5 million base level funding, but would slowly drop down. And this has all been built into that plan. So the debt reserve is funding that additional capacity built around that reserve that has been building there. We also have other public safety reserve funding. That way it's not just eating into the rest of the general fund revenue, that additional capacity. That's capacity that's freed up with those reserves that you all strategically set aside. And lastly, we do strategically and conservatively use fund balance in order to help balance the budget. Again, for one-time expenses, and again, for things that we need to make sure that we get done that particular year in a way that we know won't necessarily need to be reinvested the previous year because it is one-time expenses. We also looked at other areas that we could find additional revenue or additional expense reductions. So one of those areas is our OPEB. Our other post-employment benefits, our retiree health insurance requirements each year. Currently, I think I mentioned this the last time we had a work session, we are currently funding, or our liability is currently $1 million less than the amount we have funded in our OPEB fund. That fund was set aside strategically to build. Each employee contributes, and when I say employee, the organization for the employee contributes 3% to that particular fund. Because it's overfunded, we have the ability to temp that down a little bit moving forward. So what we're looking at is not funding that additional 3% for each employee and being able to use the funding that we have set aside in that fund to be able to pay for retiree health insurance for the year, with the idea that we're looking at least a few years to be able to do that and not have any significant impact on our liability or any impact to the general fund. Additionally, we talked about delaying a penny to the land acquisition fund for this year. We have roughly $4.3 million. I know we're in the process of some land acquisition right now, but $4.3 million that we issued bonds for. And that's funding that's just sitting there waiting to be utilized for this particular purpose, land acquisition. So recommending that, kind of taking a look at this, we have the ability to strategically use that funding first instead of setting aside an additional penny that would not be used until those bond dollars are used. And lastly, always on the lookout, staff and the rest of the organization for any sort of grants that we can apply to get any of these projects done that we have the ability to do. And additionally, with that, sponsorships, also the manager mentioned that there is an opportunity for sponsorships in the future. Council or Mayor Pro Tem Rabani.
Are each of the other reserve funds being funded at a penny?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I think that I'm a big fan of the reserve funds, and I know that they come in really handy. But the land acquisition fund isn't the only fund with a very healthy balance. So I'm wondering, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but we have to capture some capacity this year. And I'm wondering if, since the penny has grown so much since I've been on the council, I'm wondering if just for 1 year, we could fund these reserves, perhaps the ones that are in a healthier position, fund them at 500,000 instead of the penny. I mean, there are two right off the bat that I can think of, and that gets us $1 million almost.
You can certainly, I mean, they're your reserves, right? You can certainly do that. Again, we've identified the land acquisition because of what the balance is there, and we're comfortable that, you know, knowing what we know right now, we don't believe we have anything on the immediate horizon that would draw out of there. The transportation has, is it $6 million in it. You know, again, is Morrisville Parkway committed out of that, or is that another fund?
Morrisville Parkway will have an appropriation coming up in 27 from that fund.
So that'll be about $2 million, but there is, you know, there is some money in there. And then, you know, the one I don't know that I would necessarily suggest you don't fully fund is the public safety reserve.
Right.
Again, that's the one that's really geared around the large apparatus. And then we've also are trying to use that a little bit more for, you know, not a $20,000 item, but for some of these larger items that come up, public safety radios, when we have to do some on an off schedule, and some of the larger equipment we are drawing out of there. But I would suggest if you wanted to consider that, you could consider transportation, and or you could consider parks. Parks balance is, I think we have it in an FAQ.
I think I have it in FAQ. Parks is 1.4, and it accrues parkland payment and lieu monies directly there, so it has another source. I think that's important.
$1.4 million isn't a whole lot of parks money.
It's not.
So I would propose that we don't touch that one, but I do think that land acquisition and transportation are good candidates for slow rolling just for 1 year. And then what are the other ones? Public safety, land acquisition, transportation.
And parks. That's
Parks, okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, but I would suggest we make some type of adjustment, not to not fund it, but make some type of adjustment in the funding level of the transportation reserve also.
Okay. Councilmember Scarlett Johnson, I think, I'm not 100%. Councilmember Johnson, I'm sorry. We'll get to you.
So I like the creative thinking on this side of the table.
But
I do want to talk about something that hasn't been raised yet, but I think it's in your presentation and in your FAQ, is the MSD, which is the Municipal Service District for the road improvements for the Gables. We have, year in, year out, been all nodding in unison that it needs to be done. It is the most expensive. It is the last conversion of a private HOA community road system to a public road system, and it is getting more expensive by the day. And the payback period for the poor community is like 2040, and it started 20 years ago, so it's a long time. We need to do that. So if we're having extra money, can't we think about planning the MSD in 28 or 29?
We're doing that now.
I mean, are we,
Construction will start in FY '27.
okay, so that's,
Yeah, we are getting that done.
okay.
Right. That's the reason why we feel comfortable being able to utilize this resource in FY '27, because we will have obligated that project in fiscal year '26 and '27.
So why wasn't I invited to the groundbreaking? Because it's such an important.
They're currently in the bid
We
process.
could have had, bouncy houses and everything. I mean, it's just such a big deal.
We'll invite you when it's done. Huh?
Okay, that sounds good, but, I mean, it broke my heart to see how the gables have been year in, year out looked over, and if we are doing it, then I guess I could, go with a lower amount for transportation, knowing that future road projects such as the McCrimmon flyover and the aviation expansion will be happening someday before we all retire, so those are gonna be needed to be betterments. Yes, thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
I tried to write down as fast as I could what was in our reserves. Can you put that in the FAQ too, Jeannie, please, as to what is in each of those reserves, what's encumbered and how much is that would, because I like this idea. I think I also would be open to maybe not funding a reserve or two this year. And especially the ones that are really healthy, so.
So here it is, right here, at least shows you the current balance. I think what I'm also hearing you say is what might be projected forward as use in the CIP, that maybe you want me to add that, okay?
And do you do projections on these? Because, well, at Parks, I'm thinking more about parkland payment in lieu.
So I do in the CIP, we project it forward to grow at the same rate that tax base would grow. So that could be adjusted down as a result, but then it would pop back up if that we see new growth occurring in 28, 27, 28.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was a good
And
idea.
could I just real quickly note, where it says FY '27 funding, it's a typo, it's FY '26. That's what we put into it this year, sorry, just a typo on our part.
What about the parentheses and the minuses on the transfers out? What is that?
This was a mistake. These are all transfers out, so they're all basically negative numbers in the midst of all of this. This just happened to end up with a parentheses and a negative, so it's just a mistake. That's all. Yeah, we're gonna fix that.
Okay. The other thing I want to ask while we're still here, these 5 areas that you talked about, Byron, are these what you've already put in this staff-created budget? Are these already part of the, are these things that yeah, go ahead, finish.
No, it's okay. Yes, ma'am. These are all things that we have been in the process of looking at when we were developing the base budget, as well as while we were meeting with departments and developing our requests for the year and ultimately looking at what could be funded, what has additional offsetting revenues, what has the ability to be moved forward, funded with a different source. All of those things are factored into this. So yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. And so, yeah, I like so the only one that has no value associated with it is that sponsorship TBD. The others you have kind of good numbers to use. Even especially the grants, those are grants that we've received or will be receiving.
Correct. We don't have anything in here that is still pending that we have not received. If we do not have the grant in hand or a funding agreement in place, we did not include it in.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, that helps. And then, I got to talk about OPEB for a minute too. Have we, because that gives me heartburn when we talk about future obligations, and I hear that you said $1 million overfunded correctly. So tell me how you figured that out. Have we done a study? Was there an actuary that looked at this? How and where is that study? And
so that's something we can definitely provide for you. Every year in the process of our annual audit, we either do a roll forward or a full actuarial study. either.
Okay.
Either way, it's not done by staff, it's actually done by an actuary.
Well, that was.
And,
yeah.
yes, and so every year when they provide that study to us, they provide us a liability that we include in our financial statements. The liability for this past year was about $5.5 million. The amount of cash we have in the fund is about $6.5 million.
Okay, okay, so if we do not fund it this year, what does that do? And I thought I heard you say we maybe won't fund it for a number of years? Did I mishear that?
No, you heard that correctly. So, and not to get too far deep into the weeds, because there is, some interest that does build in the fund as well. Ultimately, we have the ability to fund the retiree health insurance that we pay for our for our retirees, and not necessarily have to touch any of the balance in the fund. Hopefully, the interest should be able to cover for at least a year or two. But if the interest doesn't cover it all, we do have the ability to draw down on that $1 million. And so each year we will evaluate this process, because we will have to go through that actuarial process again.
Okay.
And so as we go through that, we will reevaluate. If our liability goes up, we will look at sort of, reducing the ability to do that or refunding it from the general fund. If the liability continues to go down, we'll also let you all know. Now we have even more funding potentially available that we could further defer the additional OPEB contributions from the general fund.
Okay, thank you for that. So annually, we'll all have this conversation, or some version of it. Okay, good. All right, thank you. That makes me feel a little better, or much better. Thank you.
Mayor, I think Councilmember Gramel.
Yeah, I am not in favor of touching any of the reserves for several reasons. I think the fact it is having a healthy balance is purely because of the foresight that we are saving it. $2 million for Morrisville Parkway, it goes this way. We have so many betterment charges, which will be coming pretty soon. And this transportation is not just transportation. If you remember last year, we clubbed sidewalks and transportation all together bundled as one. We had a separate line item for sidewalks. So those things are also on the play, because I do not know what all is in play that will be using up these rest of the $4 million in a drop. We know the costs. By not doing it, I'll tell you what will happen, because the manager just told us, our 1 cent is 970, and next year is 971, which basically means it's a flat. So the same thing is only going to get worse next year, and the costs will be catching up, and we will have a hard time doing any of these projects because we don't have any money left in that. So that's my 2 cents, because I will not touch any of that, because that's the only way our projects can keep going parallelly than all these operating budgets. That's purely capital and sidewalks. That's my 2 cents. I've been always vocal on that, and I will continue to do that.
Thank you. Mayor?
I have a big concurrence with Councilmember Garmel on this. I think that it took a lot of willpower to enact these reserves, and they've served us really well. So I'd be very interested in not touching transportation. Also, I think our land acquisition is the future of our town. It's going to be really important for us to use it for parks, use it for any kind of affordable housing ownership in the future. I think the public safety penny is important to protect us now, and the land acquisition, I think, is really important for the future. So I think keeping all these funds fully funded is really important, because once they go away or get decremented, it's going to be really hard to bring them back. We have the resident support for them now. I think it would be really hard to take them away and then reinstate them later. So I think we're on a really good path with our reserves, and they've helped us a lot. And Ms. Hooks keeps on saying every year, you've been really deliberate, really committed. It shows good commitment into the future. This is going to be a tough budget year, but I don't think that this would be the place to sacrifice our plannings for the future.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, no.
So this is for the creating FY '27 budget capacity, is there ever any sort of discussions or conversations around things that could be done to increase budget capacity in subsequent years? And my brain's wrapping around this energy audit that we had done, where you invest, a certain amount of money into an equipment upgrade or energy efficiency measure, and you get a operational cost savings. Now that payback is not until 8 years, let's say it's 8 years into the future, but that I think of that as a budget capacity increase, not in perhaps significantly in the current fiscal year or the upcoming fiscal year, but in fiscal years in the future. So I'm curious about, do we think about that at all?
We do. We think about that certainly in terms of the sustainability, and the solar is, I think, probably the easiest example of that. We know that has saved us money for probably the better part of 3 years now since we first did the fire station next door. So we certainly look at that. Beyond that, we are looking at that as we build buildings, to the best of how the budget aligns with that. And unfortunately, sometimes we don't have the budget available to do, a fully green building or to do some of the things that, yes, probably would save us money down the line. But again, that's just perhaps a changing philosophy of council, if there's interest in that, to invest more upfront into a building to see some of that savings over time.
And I think getting back to the trend data, I think that's the importance of trend data. Not so much what could we have done to be in a better situation now, but I that would be valuable information if there was lessons to be learned that got us to where we are now, that could then be used to guide us into the future.
Yeah, and I certainly want to underscore as well, the emphasis in the impact of our CIP and our long-range debt plan as well. Everyone looks at those things as being, items that help us plan future expenses, but they also help us plan future capacity as well. Because the ability to sort of outline all of those needs on a long-range scale and be able to then look at what is the most efficient use of debt resources, what's the most efficient use of cash, allows us to also sort of evaluate that capacity as well and be able to look at additional capacity in the future.
Mayor?
Yes, I'm a yes and for that. I mean, I think of the solar, I think of the LED lights, those low-hanging fruit. So where is the other fruit that we have to squeeze a little harder to get to it? That might be an FAQ about other opportunities into the future. Give us the opportunity to look at, if we were to invest more now, the ROI is 5 years, 7 years, 8 years. You did that with the solar, and we embrace that, because as we take a more longer term and try to stay really high level, that would be an opportunity for us to see that and make that decision as a group.
Councilmember Garamel?
Yeah, I want to be clear. I am okay with delaying the land acquisition.
Okay.
Because you like it or not, the day last time we approved the budget, the same evening, we used up that penny. So it is when the opportunities come, and that is happening no matter what, So keeping 2 reserves is like, I am okay with that, but suddenly the rest of the 2 are huge expenses, and it comes very quick. Like, I can think of Louis Stephen sidewalk. You have Church Street, and now from I think Brandon, correct me, you're having a sidewalk for HSNC, that area to.
Yeah, we're working on some
So
pre-aviation expansion safety.
So these are all expenses that will be coming out of these. So you take 6 million, you're already allocating 2 out for this one. It's hardly any money left. And if you have to do some study or something else, or betterment charges. And also one thing I did not see is the parkland payment in lieu, or this one, how much money do we have to pay for the school, high school at the Cedar Fork community, area, that tennis courts and those areas.
Yeah, we're going to speak to that.
So that's also an amount will have to go from someplace.
Yep.
So there are a lot of things that I would like an FAQ on the forecast, because
Yep.
in theory it is good, but those are already earmarked way.
Sure. Thank you. All right, we'll move on.
Okay, so just to further reiterate the rest of our other considerations when we're looking at capacity. As I stated, did want to make note of our revenue growth, sales tax growth in particular. So we're seeing that growth about 7% year over year. It's a little bit higher this year just due to that reduction, the conservative approach that we took this particular fiscal year 26. Utility sales tax is also growing. We know that we've had harsher, swings in our seasons, and that does, not only do we potentially see some impact on our expenses, but we do see some impact with the sales tax that we get from utility usage as well within the community. We do still take a cautious approach as we did this particular year, but we are looking at sort of where those trends are ultimately moving us to. And we do see that ultimately our actuals are trending a little bit better than they had, or that we initially planned for. Inflation is a main driver in that. We're also looking at our user fees and the amount of growth that we are able to receive this particular year. MAFC fitness revenue has gone up about 32%. That's expanded programming. That's looking at the cost analysis that Recreation has done in order to help further enhance that. We're also seeing additional revenue in our EV charging stations. As you all know, we ultimately changed the way that we charge for that this past year, hoping to see roughly about $25,000 next year with those changes as well. And then lastly, I do want to also talk about our fire inspection fees. As you know, we increased some of those fees to better align with our community, our other areas in the community, and we're seeing that increase roughly about 33% as well.
And again, if I could real quick, I think, the important note there is from additional staff. So I think, not exactly what you were thinking, but sometimes that investment now generates that revenue later. We're certainly seeing that with the assistant fire marshal position.
Right.
We're seeing that in parks as we, add some instructors. Again, I can't say enough good things about Cindy and her senior staff and the work that they are doing to really dig into how each of our facilities are operating. You've heard some of what's going on at MAFC. You will hear some more coming out of there. They're digging into things like memberships and, non-resident rates, and particularly insurance, where they found a real opportunity for us to generate some revenue. And again, she and her team will be back probably this summer to give you sort of an overall update, but just a couple of notes there. Thank you.
Also want to talk a little bit about the assessment of our base budget. We were able to repurpose about $1 million in the base budget this year. So yes, that does mean that we did have some expenses continue to increase due to inflation or expansion of programming, but we were able to offset that with $1 million in savings from this past year. So staff did do a very diligent job, and they should be commended for the fact that they were able to still find a way to save that $1 million, even though we had to repurpose it for other expansion programs. We also just look at other inflationary impacts to that and try and mitigate that as best we can. And lastly, we do try and find any other areas of efficiency that we can possibly find in order to reduce that base budget number, in order to create that capacity. And then lastly, not going to dwell on it, but the MSD, the ability to repay that in fiscal year 27, or start that process in fiscal year 27. It would carry on to about fiscal year 2040, but it would generate roughly about $195,000 for this year, with any growth that we see that is tangentially related to ad valorem tax growth. Any questions about any other capacity?
Councilmember Guerrero.
The one thing that is really bothering me is usually I was always happy with the healthy increase in 3% of property taxes. And when you said it's 970 and then 971, that's a huge dip, because last year it was 835 or something, if I recollect, 880 or something. So it's going up, and is it just for next year or the years later too? Because we were always under the impression that we are growing at 3 to 4%, and now pretty much it's a flat.
So I'm getting ready to touch on that a little bit. The long and short of it is appeals really do play a very large factor in this. And so the growth that we're seeing is being offset by appeals driving our assessed value down. And so as a result, it's basically a wash. The growth that we receive is being reduced.
That's fine. I think appeals has been always going on, like it's not, let me add a different way is, from what I understood last time, if it is an appeal, you cannot tax them till the whole thing is done, and then they have to pay whatever the taxes at that time is, correct?
So I'm going to touch on that too, but I'll go ahead and touch on it now. Ultimately, it is a calculated risk by the property owner. They can choose to appeal and still pay their property tax.
Okay.
And if they win that appeal, then we owe them that difference plus interest. However, if they choose not to pay and they ultimately lose, then they owe us the penalties and interest plus their tax as they normally would have paid.
So bottom line, it's a delayed in whichever way, either we give them or they give us. Somehow we are getting it. So that's how I look at it. Everyone has a right to appeal. Everyone, will get it, you may not. But is that a factor that you're considering as a lower budget? Because we may be getting appeal money 2 years ago now, right? Are you factoring that? Because it kind of works its way into it.
So the short answer is yes, we're factoring that in. And part of the reason why we're factoring that in is the county is also factoring that in. And so all the municipalities in the county have sort of been able to come together, and they are able to communicate with one another to see those trends and to see those particular changes.
So can we get an FAQ of how in the last several years, how the appeal thing, is panning out? Might be, it might be a slow release in whichever direction, but it is coming, and that way it will help us understand. So but you're factoring those appeals as out of the budget for now. That's how you're doing it.
Yes.
But so then were you doing that before too?
So we were doing it before. However, I don't know if you all remember my previous presentation. We have seen a significant spike in appeals. So where we were seeing before in a reval year, $300 or $400 million would be appealed. This past year, or these past 2 years, we saw $1.5 billion worth of appeals. So remember the 788,000 and then the 788 million and then 600 million right coming the subsequent year. Those are numbers that are unprecedented in this process.
Yeah, so this kind of makes sense, but at the same time, for me and obviously many of the residents, the slide, or basically 971 feels like it's a flat. So bottom line, it is not a flat. There is a growth of 3 to 4% because the other chart for the gateway area, you guys have a chart like a tabular column of how much money it will be generating over the next 2-3 years. That is almost 2 or 4%, right? So I just want to make sure that is there and this is a different, which can pull it down, are two different things, so that, because the first thing that goes in the back of my mind is, why are we, having so many expenses knowing that we are going flat? So that's one of the major things people will say, we are not having the money coming in. So why? But these factors are not very clearly mentioned as to what it could be. So.
I'm not sure who was first. I apologize. Councilmember Johnson.
So Byron, thank you for the percentages in here and the dollar figures. Can you attach some dollar figures to some of the other percentages too?
Yes.
I love to hear that there's a 32% increase in MAFC, but what does that mean? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
I appreciate that. And then you talked about the $1 million that was repurposed, but what was that? You didn't really talk about the details of it. Like what caused that 1 million? What was that 1 million?
So I can certainly provide you with the details.
That's
It makes up a number of different categories.
I think
the easier thing to do would be to go ahead and provide you a breakdown.
And that's fine. Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Are we accounting for what's going on in the Middle East right now with crude oil and natural gas, liquefied natural gas facilities being destroyed?
So we're considering it. It's certainly part of this conversation, and this is not meant to be an end-all be-all for tonight. This is still a moving target. It's still a fluid budget process. And so as we go through and we see those changes, as they continue to happen, we will continue to factor them into our projections. Obviously, with a lot of this work occurred prior to anything happening in the Middle East. Not in time, but you understand what I'm saying. So it was not necessarily a factor when we first started this process. Now that we see sort of the impacts and as we see the impacts for the remainder of the year, we'll start to adjust our projections because those projections are going to continue to occur month over month. So as we see that growth, we're going to hopefully, continue to try and tailor what happens in fiscal year 27 so that we aren't caught off guard with additional just spikes in utility costs or spikes in oil costs that will cause other areas of the budget to ultimately have to go without.
Yeah, that'll not just affect energy, but also materials that get made out of petrochemicals.
Yeah. And keep in mind, we did factor a lot of those material costs in previously when we saw inflation hit, tariffs hit, and during COVID when we saw prices increase just due to the fact that, demand for services outpaced, the contractors that were available. And so when we saw those prices increase, that adjustment was made in our engineering estimates, in our projections of scope and cost, and it allowed us to be able to go in. If we saw those prices creep up, maybe we had to do some value engineering in order to be able to still stay within the budget, but provide a service or a piece of construction for the community that still met their needs.
Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about appeals. As I stated a minute ago, it is a calculated risk for the taxpayer. They do have the ability to pay, and if the Board of Equalization and Review reduces their value, then they would ultimately be able to receive a refund plus the interest that they would be owed for that payment. However, if they choose not to pay, and that value is ultimately not reduced, then they owe us the taxes and the penalties and interest associated with being late and not paying initially. So all of those market conditions and factors are things that each individual property owner has to consider when making an appeal and choosing whether or not to pay. It does not negate their tax liability just simply by appealing. However, we do have to be considerate of the fact that a revaluation process is getting ready to occur in the next fiscal year. And we do still have appeals outstanding within this county. That is a bit of an unknown right now for us, what happens with those particular appeals and what that does to their valuation as we go through that assessment process for the next revaluation. But ultimately, we do know that anything occurring after January 1st, when the initial appeal took place, is not factored into that particular process. It's only looked at prior to then. Councilmember Garrett.
Yeah, no, when talking, like I was thinking, when you said we have $1.5 billion, which is appealed, can we get a list of, like a broad spectrum, which are how much commercial, which are the top commercial ones, or the residential? Because it's not the residentials that will add up to the 1.5 billion. It's mostly like the big entities. So at least we know the trend, like they will do the same thing for coming years. So at least we have that kind of thing. That's all.
Yeah.
So I
So,
think,
go ahead.
all right, real quickly, again, we just got this yesterday, from Marcus Kinraid with the county. So there's still 333 commercial appeals that are open, and this is, 2 years later. They closed 719. The 469 is not real in the sense that it's really sort of two owners with mass appeals for several places they own. So it's not like a lot of individual residents. It's really not it looks like a lot, but it's not. The ones we are worried more about is the 333 commercial. And again, we've got 37.6 million in assessed value there. So, but that answers some of that, but we'll try to get you some more details.
Councilmember Kessler.
Do we know if the time that it takes to go through the appeal for a residential property and the commercial property, if that's the same time it would take?
I assume that, given the number that are still open, I don't think there's any, we do one before the other.
Also depends how much firepower you have.
Yeah, something that I've thought about that I don't know, it would probably be ultimately maybe a state level thing, but being able to have kind of, you qualify for a property tax appeal based on your income, right? So if you're on a fixed income, you don't have to carry that risk of applying for it. It would kind of be an automatic, I guess, circuit breaker. Essentially, I'm assuming that's what some of this might be, applying for those property tax appeals. I don't know if there's, a letter that we could send or just.
There's really not in this sense. I mean, the House committee right now is looking at a lot of this, and they're looking more so in how do they provide some support to veterans and seniors. Not really looking necessarily at low income right now. So they're looking in that direction. And again, that kind of decision would definitely have to be made at the state level to change anything like that. Yeah. But they've talked about a number. They've got sort of 4 key things they're working on. And for whatever reason, low income is not a piece of that.
Yeah, I suppose I was talking about seniors on fixed income because that's what I hear about.
Yes, that is definitely being discussed. I think they're going to do something with that.
Yeah.
Again, I think we'll have a much better idea after next week.
If they have bike parks and stuff.
Yeah, that seems it's pretty straightforward. Anything else, Councilmember Coucil? All right, Mayor Berton.
What does value exempt mean? Current value exempt. I see that ours is 0 and Raleigh's is 208 million. What does that mean?
That they have values that are exempt from, so that's like your hospitals, that's like other things that are basically tax exempt.
Oh, okay, and we don't have any of
Businesses.
those.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
I mean, so we do have non-schools and churches, HSNC.
Maybe they didn't apply for.
Yeah, not in this,
Right,
not
this is
someone
an
that's set
appeals.
an appeal. Right.
So you would appeal the fact that you're being taxed and you're not wanting to be taxed?
So sometimes I understand the absurdity of some of this. In some cases, nonprofit status might not have been received one year versus another. They receive it in the midst of that process, and then they go through that appeal. That's sort of the simplest, most common situation when you see that.
Let's keep going.
Okay, so I'll briefly talk a little bit more about budget capacity when looking at the use of reserves. So our public safety reserve, we would set aside about $252,000 that would be funded, that would fund general fund things this year. $189,000 for the debt service that I talked about earlier. The healthcare fund reserve would cover that additional healthcare increase. We see about a 7.7% premium increase for the year, so it would offset that. And then lastly, fund balance, we would look to utilize no more than 3.25%, which is in line with previous fund balance additions in the budget balancing process. We talked a little bit about OPEB. I won't dwell on that anymore. Ultimately, we will make sure to bring some additional information back, but we don't anticipate that exceeding any sort of long-term projection that we have currently. Delaying the land acquisition penny does free up another $971,000. We would utilize those parks bonds in order to do any sort of acquisition opportunities that we have. And right now, $3 million is still available from those bond proceeds after the most recent land acquisition that we had. And that $971,000 we would make sure would go to one-time investments, one-time operations, so that we do have the ability to fund it in the future. And then lastly, any other additional sources that we can find, whether that is state and federal grants, sponsorship opportunities, or as Councilmember Garamella talked about, the additional tax base expansion that might come from either economic development or the resolution of some appeals. So also want to talk briefly about fund balance. As you all know, I know you all have seen this slide in a few years, but right now we are projecting no use in fund balance for fiscal year 26. Any fund balance that we have planned in the budget balancing process would be used for one-time expenses, and it should not be for recurring expenditures for that particular purpose, so that we don't end up obligating ourselves using funding we don't have recurring regularly as well. However, simply because we are not using any fund balance, that also means that there's no growth in our unassigned fund balance for the year, which does cause our percentage to go down just a little bit. So as you see in that chart, last year, this past audit, we did see our fund balance percentage at about 32%. We had roughly about $16 million in unassigned fund balance. Right now, projecting out that to be about the same amount. However, because our budget has increased, that does cause the percentage to go down to about 31%. That's still within the projected, or that's still within your policy for unassigned fund balance of 25 to 45%. However, I do just want to point out and be transparent that it would cause it to go down a little bit if we did stay flat. And then as you can see in that chart, as I stated a minute ago, with the 3.25% use of fund balance in the fiscal year 27 budget, that does keep us in line with previous years. 24, 25, and 26, we stayed under 3%. 23, we were a little bit over, but ultimately we stayed under, in average, that 4% total.
So I think what we'll need to talk with you about is we've had sort of spotty conversations about fund balance and about reinvesting in fund balance. So realistically, the only way that we're going to do that is to not budget as much fund balance as we've been budgeting. So that creates obviously an impact on what's available, quote unquote, revenues. We're safe in that sense, because even if you end up with about a $62 million budget, we're never going to spend more than 95%. I mean, we're aiming for that. We're trying to get there, but it's very difficult to get beyond that for any number of reasons. So at 95% of $62 million, it's 3.1 that's not being spent. So, in this case, even if we utilize 2 million, we're going to be good, but we're not going to be putting that much additional into the fund balance. So depending on what priority level you assign to that, it may be that in the future we talk about, staying closer to $1 million of fund balance use to balance the budget, and then being able to put more at the end of the year back into that fund balance to get us back to maybe a little more comfortable number in the high 30s with a little flexibility. Because obviously the closer we are to 25, the more challenging it is for you to be able to say, yes, that's important. It's right now, we need to spend fund balance on that. That's much easier to do at 37% than it is obviously at 25%. So we'll continue to have those discussions with you. Mayor Pretend, do you have something? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
So Byron, I know you said this, and you have a bullet here, but about not using the fund balance in FY26, but we haven't used it in any of these years. It has always gone back. Okay.
So also want to talk a little bit about user fees. Not going to dwell on this too long in order to kind of keep us moving, but fees are still continuing to be monitored and evaluated during this process. We're focusing a little bit less on actually just increasing basic fees for services and more on right-sizing our fee structure when it comes to permits, refunds, other sort of return check fees, late payment fees, things that we see in other communities in order to better align with where we are, instead of just increasing that cost for individuals. We've done that previously. I know you all had some pretty extensive fee changes in parks and in fire inspections the past year, so the focus isn't so much there as much as it is some other administrative areas when it comes to fees. There are some small changes in athletics and MAFC fee changes, particularly when it comes to usage fees. such as pickleball court usage or batting cage usage at Church Street. We do look at some things that are going to change based on market conditions and market evaluations. One of the biggest areas are, as I stated a minute ago, our rental deposits and making sure that we're aligned with our shelters and our facilities so that no one is surprised by the amount that ultimately they have to pay in terms of a deposit. We also wanted to make sure that there was consistency across all of those facilities. An example of that is Morrisville Community Park shelter rentals were lower than our other shelter rentals in areas, so we just tried to make sure to true that up and keep that consistent across the board. We included some things about engineering performance bonds that just aligns with our neighboring communities, and lastly, some additional special event vendor fees that also align with our communities a little bit better. We are going to focus on community awareness when it comes to fee changes this year. First place is at the end of this month when we open our Budget Central webpage. We'll make sure to post that information there so that the community has the ability to see that and react to it. We're also going to do some outreach to our advisory committees when it comes to our budget survey and additional information related to the budget. Going to set up information booths at various facilities across town in order to be able to get the word out to the community as well. And then lastly, we will have our regular listening sessions that we have around the time of the budget public hearing so that anyone in the community can come prior to the meeting or work session during that time to be able to provide us with any sort of feedback that they have not been able to through any other means at that point, whether that is the survey or being out in the community. And lastly, we are going to still incorporate that in social media to make sure that we can get the word out.
Mayor?
As an augmentation of the outreach, is it possible to reach out to everyone who actually paid a fee last year of a certain amount and more, actually telling them that that fee's going up next time so they're not surprised? Instead of just being passive and they'd have to look and they'll be surprised in a few months when they actually do it. If we tell them that this is under consideration now, because it'd be better for us to hear from them early in the process to give our feedback.
So just for clarification, anyone that participated in any program that we have, or if they participated in one specific program that is being increased, we reach out to that individual.
If it's being increased, like a special event permit or something like that, I think it would make sense to try to, because they're doing it annually anyway, let them know that we're thinking about changing it so that people aren't surprised later and we don't have to have these conversations during the year. We want to keep it within the budget, if possible.
Yeah.
Is that reasonable, but not the $20 fees? I'm talking about like 2,000, whatever.
I
Thank you.
completely understand. No problem. Okay. Let's see.
This is a good time, right?
Yeah, I think we can. I think this is
This is
probably
a
good
logical
time.
place to take a break. That's all right, Mayor.
Okay. The town manager is suggesting we take a 15-minute break at this time. With everyone's permission, we'll go ahead and reconvene at 7:12. Thank you. 8:12. Sounds better. I'm not going back in time. It's math. Are we on? There we go. We are now back in session. I'll pass it back to Town Manager Zudema.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to jump right back in. So this first half has really been more of some background, where we are, what's capacity, things like that. And Byron's now going to move us into what are the requests, and then I'm going to talk us through some different packages as to what the new investment may be, why it's important, what it would contribute to the community.
Okay, so we had roughly about $8.6 million in requests in these different packages. Of those, just over 5 million are one time, just over 3.5 are recurring. So obviously keep in mind, as the manager stated, we ended up with about $13 million in total requests. So roughly 4.5 are not funded, not even included in these particular requests here. Additional new facilities, expanded programming always comes with additional costs, recurring costs that come with those operational changes, and any sort of programming potential will obviously depend on whatever the established tax rate is. Recurring expenses are typically have, little flexibility, still have direct impact to service levels, and those one-time expenses are a little bit more flexible, and typically have the ability to be deferred. It might come at a cost, but there are deferment opportunities there. So with that, we'll go ahead and jump into the very first package here, which is core service continuity. Councilmember Garavella.
The previous slide.
Yes.
If I look at it, 8.64 is the request, which is fine. 5.02 is a one-time request, so back of our mind, it's 5 cents, approximately. And then 3.62 is 3.6 cents. But we are growing at the rate of only 4%, 5%, so are we doing more than what we are trying to do? Like, just looking at the slide, because that's what comes to my mind.
That is certainly a view to have, I think. So, where we're, again, in what we have available in identified resources, we are not at 8.64. We're closer to 7.6. So I decided to present you with these items in the sense of trying to align with what I believe you and the community are asking us to do. So you're not going to see a lot of new stuff here. You are going to see some personnel. A lot of the personnel are in that extra sort of $1 million that doesn't align with our available resources right now. There's a few that don't, town center and a planner and a couple other half-time positions. So yes, you could certainly say that, we are stretching beyond the revenues we have now. But part of what we're doing that with is, again, we've had some creativity in terms of, how we look at the fourth reserve, how we're looking at OPEB has created some capacity for us. Anything we do with the land acquisition penny is going to be one time, so that's still going to be something that could be put back into land acquisition next year. So we don't want to set ourselves up like that. But yeah, I think let us talk through what we're talking about, what we're suggesting for discussion purposes for tonight, and then we'll get your feedback on those, and then we'll get to the slide where we can talk about, what might not get funded if we just stay with what the natural revenues that we have identified are without any additional, if that's okay. Thank you. All right, so the first focus area is core service continuity. That's an every year thing. We have to keep doing what we're doing. So that does include some enhancements in terms of Parks and Rec. With Town Center opening, a lot of this relates to Town Center. Some small enhanced expansion in special events. You can see that we've got facility and service upgrades. Some other examples there. Fleet replacements are not part of base budget, but we try to bring that every year. And then down at the bottom, I think the important part is looking at the impact analysis. What the team has done is try to show you what is the expense in FY27, and then what is the future recurring expense that we're committing to, and then what is the net future recurring impact after some revenues. So for FY27, this focus area is about $936,000, so it's almost a penny. But the recurring component of that is only $89,000. And then once you consider the revenue that will come in through parks, we're down to $65,000 in FY28 and beyond. And then again, on the right-hand side, not gonna read those to you, but each one of these focus areas, we're showing the strategic goal it aligns to your budget priority, the core value of our 4, and then what the community has shown us to date. Some of that is relying on in the past because we're really doing that feedback sessions now, but we've got a little bit there. Any questions on this slide? Mayor Pro Tem.
What's a national community survey?
So that is a survey that we typically do every 3 to 4 years. It's something that's done in a lot of communities, so it gathers data that's useful to us. We can always add 2, 3, maybe 4 of our own questions to it. But then the data that we get back gives us information about our community, but also gives us a baseline for comparing ourselves to other similarly situated communities. So it gives us a chance to hear back from the community on a variety of things related to, operations, services, quality of life, those sort of things. And then we can throw in 1, 2, 3 questions if we have specific information we want back.
The important thing to note with this as well is that it is a survey that, when completed, is statistically valid. So it's more than just us going out, collecting data that might not be representative of the community as a whole. They ensure that we will get that community representation through statistically valid survey.
Okay. And could you be a little more specific of this $500,000 worth of existing fleet replacements?
So we typically try to budget $500,000 a year, and that will go to vehicles that are up for replacement in our existing fleet. A lot of that will be police cars, but that could be vehicles from other departments that are at end of life and are scheduled for replacement.
But doesn't it take a long time to get these vehicles?
It did. There was a time when we were waiting 18 plus months. We're no longer in that window. We've had much better luck the last year, 18 months, in being able to get vehicles. So we don't anticipate any challenges in investing in those vehicles.
Okay, because $500,000 is a lot of vehicles.
It's not as many as you think. I mean, a police car is we budget new police cars in the budget. If we had a position right now, about $55,000. So you've got to buy the vehicle. You've also got to outfit the vehicle. And there are times where you can put a good portion of the cost of the vehicle back into it in the concept of a police car, in terms of equipment, emergency lighting, cages, rifle mounts, all sorts of stuff that,
I think that the time is coming. I'm not sure that we can afford the luxury of giving every police person, a card to take home. Like, I understand that it's a recruiting tool, but I would rather see us moving to it being a retention tool. Like, at 3 years, if you're still here, you get a card to take home. Like, I just, I mean, we're talking about cutting budget. I don't, like, I get that the would like a card to take home, I get that. But I think that we really have to start looking at whether that's a benefit that we can afford to offer at this point.
there is not as much cost savings as you would expect in going away from a fleet vehicle, because you will turn the cars over much faster because they'll be in service, every shift, and that wears them out faster. You also find that take-home cars get taken care of a little better than fleet cars, because, that it's not their vehicle that they're committed to keeping track of and keeping care of. So you won't save that much money because they won't have a take-home car, but you're still going to have to replace those same cars more often than you would now because they're going to be constantly in service.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
So in years past, we've always, when we're talking about these items in a budget, we always get a description associated with them, and we get some more details. So I'm going to say this now for the next couple of slides. There's no detail here, which I would really appreciate that. And then along with it, some justification about these particular items. And if not now, then what happens? Does the town fall apart? Or, what, I'm trying to figure out what's a priority here. Yes, yes. So that would be really helpful because I would get heads up, we're not going to be able to fund all this. So, and that's me. I don't know about
No, I
anybody else
understand.
yet. So I think we need to really start looking, like Ann just said, where can we look to push things out a little bit? So I need some justification, some, what happens if we don't do this? And that would be really helpful. And I'll pull out some top ones in the next couple of slides, but I could ask you almost about all of these, quite frankly.
We can certainly do that. You have a little more description in your spreadsheet as far as breaking out what those items are, but we'll get that into an FAQ. I understand. Councilmember Graham and Councilmember Coucil.
Yeah, going back to the police cars, my only concern is, I understand they want to take it home. Do they have to take the police car home, or if we give them like gas reimbursement or gas, those kind of things, then you have to pay gas either way for the police car or their vehicle. But at least and they can keep that same car, like not like a fleet car kind of a thing. They still have their car, but they go home in their car and they come back. What it keeps in my mind is the longevity of that particular vehicle longer, because I don't know what your policies are. Is it every 50,000 or 65,000 that you rotate the cars out? So I don't. So that's the reason I would like some more details on that, because just to have the understanding, if we are not really saving out of that, then that's good, fine. Then I'll zip it up. So
Okay.
I just wanted to get that feel, like, because when I keep hearing that we are changing the fleet, what is your, cursor for that? Is it like when it hits 100,000, you change it out? So is that 50,000 miles coming from going home back and forth that we could give them gas reimbursement and happy, and we save that 50,000 miles to use it more? I just wanted to get a feel of it, that's all.
Okay. Councilmember Coucil.
Since we're talking about fleet vehicles, and replacement of those vehicles, I'd be interested in fuel costs, especially as, hybrid and electric vehicles, those are coming into the mix, as well as, obviously talked about what's going on in the Middle East right now with oil and liquefied natural gas. Bouncing off of Councilmember Johnson's comment about getting more detail, I think what would be nice is if a particular item, an investment item, a one-time expense item, would end up reducing operating costs and thereby increasing budget capacity in future years. I think that would be nice to know. And maybe a prioritization on, hey, we should do this because it'll help in the long term. Just an extra data point.
Yeah, I think you have most of that in the context of us identifying it as a one-time cost versus a recurring cost. We could try to look if there's any items that's not clear on.
I guess what I was saying is that would it actually reduce costs? Like you implement something that reduces costs, like solar panels, like the energy efficiency stuff. That's what I'm getting at.
Like another column in the budget. Like when we get the budget book, it's like all the details that she talked about.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the town center activation. Again, we've talked about a lot of this leading up to this. So there are two positions that are suggested for funding. Those are both half-year positions so that they would come on after January and be able to be ready as the facilities at town center start to become available, start to become ours. We have responsibility for them. There is some equipment needed to keep up with that facility going forward. Then just general park maintenance costs. There's one vehicle recommended for Public Works. And then again, at the bottom, you'll see the FY 27 expense is 277. In the future, that's 232 because of some one-time. And then, there is an opportunity for sponsorship there that could defer some or all of that, depending on how you elected to allocate that. Councilmember Scarlett Johnson.
Thank you. A couple questions about this slide. First of all, do we know the timeline for the town center launch?
I don't know that we have a solid timeline on the launch. We expect some of the first facilities to be ready by probably mid-2027. So there could be a launch summer, fall. I'm hesitant to say they publicly right now to come back and tell you that's changed, but that's the general timeline right now.
Do we specifically know when the town green would be targeted for?
That's the same window. And again, we're also going to come back to you April 30th with a little more encompassing town center update that'll include schedule and other things. But that's generally what we're looking at right now is probably summer to fall of 27.
So the reason I ask is because I'm not sure if we need to recruit and retain the additional headcount and equipment related to the town green until we have a better understanding. In fact, it might even be more in fiscal year 28 instead of 27. So, it's based on the timeline, and I understand that you have to train and order and do some things like that, but I am a little bit cautious when looking at the timeline for the town center and the budget for this next fiscal year.
Sure.
The other item is under the recurring expenses, we have, and that the maintenance and programming staff, that is within that question of the timeline and the timing. But it says that the total recurring related to that is 123,000 and change. But then when you go to the impact analysis, it's a lot higher. And I don't know where the other reoccurring expenses are to total up to 232.
Yeah, those two positions are both half-year positions. So the future recurring expense accounts for the full year of their salary.
So could we amend this slide so it's clear to myself and to the audience? Because to me, I'm looking at the other slides, and the other slides are consistent with the recurring expenses with being down at the top, and then below on the impact analysis, it's the same amount. So this slide is not consistent with the other slides. So the landscaping equipment is related to town center. Okay, those are the only questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
So I'm just going to echo what Councilmember Scroggins Johnson said. Until we have a better feel for the town center and the timing, I'm not comfortable with this at all, quite frankly. We're coming at the end of this budget year, and it's just dirt out there now. So to think that there's going to be a town green up and running at this time next year or even in the fall, quite frankly, I question. So I think this is one area we need to reevaluate, quite frankly.
Mayor.
What is the impact of funding it and not using it immediately? Like if it's delayed by a couple of months, does that money's just still there? We're hiring the person a couple months later, but we have it all set in our budget. So I'm just trying to understand, we need to fund these monies.
So fast forward a couple of slides, there's a request for a tax increase. I'm trying to avoid that. So that's what it means.
I think these are needs. A 2-month difference, it's not really going to roll into the next year. He's not going to hire them until they're needed. We need the capacity to do things for the town. So I think we're really down in the weeds, and I think we should be thinking high about needs first, and that's what staff is presenting to
This is
us.
specific to town center, respectfully, Mayor. It's not related to doing things. This is specific, related to town center activation. There's a lot of other slides in operational activities and so forth that relate to the broader doing things. So my target and focus and my questions originated specifically to activating our town center, which I value a lot, and I want it to be successful. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want to be spending money on staff, which are very expensive, before we need to do that.
I'm confident that they wouldn't invest in this staff until they're needed. So it's not like it's going to waste.
Timing thing.
Yeah, it's exactly, it's just a timing thing, but let's let them keep presenting. Thank you.
Anyone else on town center? Okay. Organizational resiliency, this is a lot to do with people. So you have the staffing costs, which includes merit, COLA, longevity, at about $1.5 million. You have your health insurance increase. Again, we're going to be able to address some of that with reserve funding. Additional senior planner. We've not added a planner since 2018. Since that time, we have taken on affordable housing, we've taken on public art, and we've also taken on now speed to market most recently. So we can give you some details behind that. There's a very good justification for that position. Again, the one-times are the reserve funds. This is funded around or built around 3 of the 4, withholding the land acquisition, and then there's also an increase in our debt service based on recent funding that we've taken. So again, the debt service and the health insurance has one-time sources that are outside the general fund. So this is about almost $5 million, but it's about 1.8 recurring, and then net future impact will be 5.9. So we'll again provide some additional detail behind the justification for the position, and we'll have a little more information around health insurance when we talk to you next time as well.
And keep in mind that net future recurring impact, the reason why it's a little bit higher is because that puts the land acquisition penny back in there. So that 971,000 is the difference between the 27 amount and the net future recurring impact. We have the reserve funding in one-time expenses because they are something that, right now is on the table for discussion and potential changes. But we do want to consider the fact that those are recurring expenses that you all have funded consistently over the past few years, and we wanted to take that into account when looking at that total future recurring impact. Councilmember Garibald.
So, thanks for that explanation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with the parks. Transportation is okay. Public safety, is it your reserve that you do for
Yes.
that?
Yes.
So how much is it? Like 1 cent? Or I thought it was way more than that, right? Based on your radios and all those requirements and other stuff.
So it was initially a little bit more than where we were prior to the previous reval. When the reval went up, it actually reduced a little bit lower because we were funding it at 850,000 as a stagnant number.
So can we have that? Because I'm hearing that for the first time, the public safety.
Okay.
Because always it was like a reserve fund, was completely isolated. It was never clubbed with these two.
Gotcha.
So-
Yeah. And also just to remind the council too, last year was when we had first talked about increasing that to a penny. So the impact of the public safety reserve in this amount would be equal to a penny as it is with the other reserve funding.
Okay, so that's only one public safety then. There's no reserve for the radios, or that's all?
No,
One-
it's
one
just
fund.
one fund.
All right, perfect.
I'm sorry, yeah, now I
Yeah,
understand.
because I was always like genius to say like we had to plan, like for the radios and the trucks and all those things. Okay, perfect, got it.
Any other questions?
Councilmember Kessler.
I would be interested in trend data. Again, I've got some specific trends that I would want to see. The number of employees year over year. And again, that ratio of the highest paid versus the lowest paid full-time employee year over year. And I also put in here, I was still kind of writing some stuff, but certainly the county has a living wage ordinance. How is that, increased or stayed the same or gone down, or, what's the trend on that? as well as, I think the inflation, I think is a stand-in for cost of living. Just kind of seeing all of that data kind of, whatever start point is determined makes the most sense. But just seeing that from that point, till now, just to kind of see if there is any sort of trend that should be considered.
Okay. Any more questions? All right, we'll move on to technology improvements.
So the first thing on there is external IT service assistance. So we've been approached by the Central Pines Council of Government. They have currently have had an agreement with the town of Cary to handle their IT needs. And Cary has informed them they're not going to do that anymore. So they've reached out to us. So Rick Ralph and Jeannie have worked closely with Lee Worsley and his staff at the COG. And we have identified that we can hire an employee, and with benefits and everything, it's $126,000. They're going to pay us $126,000. We will actually pick up a little bit of capacity because 100% of that job won't have to be committed to Central Pines. There will be time when there's some capacity there. And then again, there's just IT equipment costs. There's some HR recruitment software. So we have been using Tyler software, which is the same company that does our financials. The financials work very well. The personnel side does not. We've had endless issues with it, and they are not super responsive on that side of the house. They're very good with Munis, very good with our ERP. They are not good about their personnel side. So we're looking at potentially switching over to another provider. And then the one-time expenses, hardware replacements. We do replacements every year with laptops and other equipment. We have been fortunate to be given a fellow from UNC for the third year in a row. So that fellow will work out of Rick's office and will work on some data projects. We'll support Paul as he works on strategic planning and the data dashboard and expansion of that. And then we are continuing to work towards a better agenda management system. So we may need to invest some money in that, but Kayla is working proactively with Rick and Billy. We may be able to have an internal solution, but we're holding money in case we don't. We'll know more about that in the next few weeks. And then there's implementation related to the HR software. So again, $450,000 total this year. In the future, that's the 210 that you see up top is recurring, but it's really only 84.5 because we'll get 126 from the COG for that position.
So I see IT and technology as the basis for everything else that we do as a town. And Rick and his staff do such an amazing job, and I really appreciate that because it's not an easy job in this day and age. And he does it really well. Why do we need $30,000 to manage the agenda and public records?
Because we may have to switch to a different software. If we can't develop an in-house tool, we may have to switch to a different software.
What's the problem with the existing software?
So the existing software, several problems. The most current problem is that they're end-of-lifing it. So we get it from Granicus. It's a software called Peak. They have a new software called One Meeting, but it's bigger than what we need, and it's far more expensive than what we need.
Yeah.
So we may look for another alternative.
Okay, so we're gonna buy $73,000 worth of HR recruitment software. Wait a minute, why is the software specific to recruitment?
It's a personnel software. It does recruitment and retention. It does evaluations. It handles disciplinary actions, all the personnel side of.
Okay, so it's not just recruitment software?
No, it does more.
Okay, and they're still gonna sock us with a $9,500 fee to implement that?
Yes. Wow. And we can negotiate
Does that
but
include training the staff?
Yes.
And the whole
Yes.
nine? Okay.
Yeah, the startup, basically.
All right, I mean, like I said, I think that IT is just so foundational that if there's one thing that I'd really be resistant to cutting, it would be IT.
Thank you. Councilmember Yurmel?
Yeah, now, I wanted to know the HR recruitment software, like I was thinking about it. How many employees we have? 215, 220?
We have 251 employees,
Yeah, so.
full-time.
Full-time, and then contractors and all those things. What happens if we don't do it this year? It's not the end of the world either, right? Because it's running. There are issues, but they're running. So it's not, no, not that one.
Not this one.
Not this
That's
one.
the agenda software.
This is
Sorry.
and also I want ourselves to be cognizant on, we went to Taylor because we have end-to-end, that's the whole thing. When I joined, we had SunGuard, every department was using their own software, from planning to this one and that, and it was a logistic nightmare. But if you start deviating to these kind of things, I don't want that to start again, because what if this new software, I'm hoping it's Workday because everyone uses Workday. So, but there's compatibility between this Taylor and this one. So think about that also in the long run. It's not just as a recruitment tool or a retention tool, but there's so much in and out that goes into it. And what if we do it next year? It is not the end of the world here. It's all not facing the people. It is a convenience for better recruitment, or however you want to put it. I'm just looking at options here.
Yeah, David's been doing that specific research. He's already identified 3 or 4 other places that use Munis to look at what they're using for personnel, because they're not using Munis. They either never did or they dumped it because they've had the same issues we have. So he's making sure that there's compatibility. Byron's been loosely involved with that because some of that personnel touches the financial side of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're doing that work, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right. Sustainability, pedestrian safety, walkability. Again, Smart Shuttle is the big ticket item here. That's $584,000 recurring, but as you'll see in the offsetting, we get a good bunch of that back through agreements with Wake County and the regional organizations. This also includes the 2 new shuttle nodes, or excuse me, the additional shuttle nodes. It's more than 2, I think. Pedestrian bridge repairs, master plan update for sustainability, and continuing to convert over to EV equipment, including mowers. So 824 for this year, 584 in the future in terms of expenses, but really 91 because of the ongoing support that we get for the Smart Shuttle. Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
I do appreciate the update of the sustainability master plan, since we have met most of the objectives at an accelerated rate. But you unfortunately grouped this in with the EV mowers, which I have to comment on. I would recommend us postponing that EV mowers at this time. If we could use existing equipment and it's functioning, then we won't, switching over is not going to harm anything. It is an aspirational goal, but it's not a need to do right now kind of thing. So that can be deferred.
It's equipment that needs to be replaced.
Right.
And it's transitioning the equipment that needs to be replaced from gas to electric. We could certainly replace it again with gas.
I'm worried about the cost point and, the fact that it probably would require additional support and training and, a lot of electric apparatus doesn't have as long of a duration of life. The batteries are shorter, and I'd like to know more about how a municipality can use EV powered equipment of this nature, as compared to gas, and also the cost point. So I'm not sure if we're ready for electric mowers or whatever at this point. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think that's the t-shirt.
Sorry.
I think he was from last time.
So at any other time, I would agree with everything you just said about the mowers. But with the price of gas the way it is and the trend in the price of gas, and I think that we would have to replace the mowers anyway, right? So what's the difference in cost between an EV mower and a gas-powered mower?
Can you come up to the mic just because they're recording, Matt? Thank you.
See, you thought you were going to sit there all night and not even get to say anything.
Yeah, so an EV mower is approximately 50% more than a gas mower. We do have EV mowers in our fleet right now. So we've been using them. Battery life has been good for our work. So it has been something that we've been able to test out and prove that the battery life hasn't been a challenge from us, from an operational standpoint.
I'm just turning around because I have to, okay. I think that the additional 50% in upfront cost, I think we're gonna see that prove out faster than we ordinarily would, just because of the trend in the price of gas. So I think we should think hard before we eliminate the EV mowers. On the other hand, can we increase the EV charging station fees?
We can.
I mean, maybe we should think about that.
We certainly can do that.
I don't know, because we use ChargePoint and they have a, I don't know if we can, because we use ChargePoint or Turning Point, they have their standard pricing. It's just because it's an overhead cost of $25K or $30K, it doesn't matter, because like for Costco, when you build a gas station, that cost is something else, but you pay only the gas price as a consumer.
No, we can adjust it. But I'm not.
ChargePoint you can change, is it individually located?
I mean,
or
we started with them free, so we've changed the price.
Mm-hmm. But that's by, like, you know, I use ChargePoint at work, so it will give me exactly what the universal rate is. It's not by the location.
It should, yes, it should be set up where we have control. Our individual charge point, we can set the prices.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's universal, so you
No,
can.
he's saying we can set our own prices.
You can set?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
We have control. Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know, I didn't know.
Are we charging like a standard rate? Are we below? Are we, what? How would we compare when we talk about charging? Well, we don't have to answer that now, but I think that's valid.
We can look into that, and, you know, there's a lot of pieces to that, municipal versus not, and everything else, so.
I can give you a quick summary on that. When you approved a fee to be instituted for EV chargers, I think it was for this current fiscal year, it was done based on an analysis that Public Works had done of what the average is and what is normally charged by other municipalities, and we were right in line with that. So we felt it was a reasonable fee at the time, and it's probably worth looking at it again in light of the conversation and the gas prices and so on. So, Matt, all of that data is available to you in the files.
Councilmember Kessin.
A theoretical comment, I suppose you could say, but I imagine that, and this goes to the, you know, are we decreasing operating expenses, increasing budget capacity? If get cars off the roadway because we are investing in sustainable transportation, such as a smart shuttle, you know, does that have an impact on not having to maintain the streets as much? So that's more of a rhetorical question there, but something that I think about. Another thing with the mowers, the question about what they're used for, I'm assuming it's a lot of the parks where we have events that take place. Is there any kind of,
I'm sorry.
use of the mowers?
Yeah, the mowers are used in all of our parks.
Mm-hmm. And it's primarily for, I guess it would, any grass that we have would get mowed.
Correct.
The question is, what percentage of the grass is usable grass for a field, baseball field, that sort of thing, versus not, it's just a barren field, basically? Or are we utilizing a lot of our grass fields for?
We are overusing a lot of our grass fields.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and there's a social value to that. I suppose it's kind of an educational thing. Grass is a monoculture and it provides little to no ecological value. So, you're mowing your yard at home. Right, gas or electric, maybe we should have less lawns, basically. But since this is being used for, social purposes, it's valid. And I think the point about the gas makes a lot of sense too. What's the trade-off between these two? What's the payback on getting an electric vehicle, EV mower for these purposes?
Okay. Mayor?
I'd just like to say that part of what our culture is innovation and moving towards sustainability. So anytime we can have a choice, and if the ROI is a little bit negative or just positive, I'd like to go more sustainable, more non-gas types of things. But in order to encourage more electric vehicles and more adoption, I'd be hesitant to increase our EV charging rates just to try to get a little bit more funding. I thought it was great when we were giving it away for free, but now that I think we're just with the market, I think that would be a good place to be rather than trying to squeeze a few extra dollars since we're only making $25,000 a year. I think the negative blowback is not worth even doubling that.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
So I just want to make a point about the smart shuttle, because I don't think we're at the point yet where the smart shuttle is getting cars off the road. I think what we're at is the smart shuttle as a mobility aid and an amenity, which I think is very important, not diminishing that, but I'm just saying that that's not really, for me, that's not really a data point that I would use to evaluate different programs or programming options, just because we're just not there yet. And were you suggesting that we pave over the lawns? Where are you going with that?
Not mowing, not mowing. Yeah. He's not smoking.
Anyone else? All right. Public safety, we talk about this every year. Obviously, the staffing that's on there does include the 3 firefighters. It does include 1 police officer for a half year. It includes a detective, and it includes a traffic safety officer, but only if funded through a GHSP grant that's been applied for. So those are primarily the positions. There is some additional public safety equipment, both police and fire, thermal imaging cameras on the fire side. I think some updates to some laptops or some tablets that relate to the traffic preemption. And then there's traffic safety one time, and then some facility improvements, primarily at the police department related to some evidence control. And then again, a lot of that, some of that, as you can see, will come out of the public safety reserve. So it was $1.1 million, almost 1.2. The future expense is 740, and it's 740 because there's not really any revenue coming there. Mayor Pro Tem. Everybody good? Okay. So this gives you a little more highlight of what the staffing is that is in this discussion of the 8.4. Again, 2 positions in parks, one in parks, 1 in public works for town center. Have heard you clearly on timing, understand that. The 1 planner to handle workload in planning. We'll get you the details behind that. And then public safety, again, there's the detective, the half a year of 1 patrol officer. There was 2 requested. There's a quarter year of a school resource officer. Again, that school opens fall of 27. but that officer would need to be able to get trained prior to being assigned to a school. And then, again, we anticipate that we would get $85,000 cost share in FY '28. So our impact should not be significantly more over time. It's a little bit more, but we're gonna get about 85 out of that. And then the 3 firefighters that fills out the current staffing model of 4 on a truck. And again, you really can pick and choose from those. I don't know that there's a right or wrong. There's legitimate need for all of those. And then there's 2 part-time positions in parks that one is the marketing specialist to continue to enhance the work they're doing around drawing people in and making people aware of what they're doing. Part of that is to help with the opening of the town center. There will be work done in advance of that starting. And just the one thing I would offer for, and again, it's a timing piece, but the parks specialist is probably the higher priority than the public works person, only because they've got to start planning what's going to happen once that town green opens. And you can't do that 30 days before. You know, we open the facility, we want it to be active, we have a commitment to Sing to have X number of events every quarter of the year. So that's a part of that. And then again, with the MASC fitness specialist, we'll have about $10,000 anticipated revenue and offset. So that's really only a $15,000 position. And then the last one is the IT position that will be funded by the COG. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
So I'm sorry I didn't mention this earlier, but the parks marketing specialist, if that is specifically tied to our town center, I'm wondering if it's ever been discussed with Sing about a downtown development authority. Because the downtown development authority's main purpose would be to market the entire ecosystem of the town center. And I know we have an obligation as co-partners to activate the space, specifically the town green. But if you're looking at the entire town center, that broader scope is the Downtown Development Authority. And I would want to know that we are thinking bigger than just, we should not be taking on the entire downtown marketing responsibilities, obviously, since it's more than just the town green. I also wonder, you know, with all the AI that we've invested in, you know, why communications doesn't have the capacity for, you know, the parks, you know, downtown, you know, promotion, because we've been really doing well with communications. We've got a new website. We've got a new way that the website and social media has been, you know, expanded. So I'm just kind of questioning a little bit about, you know, the scope of this position, what the purpose of this position is, and then why aren't we exploring, and now is the time to start discussing a downtown development authority once we do have that downtown.
Sure, thank you. Mayor Protem.
First, I'd like to do a time check. Is our intention to get through the entire presentation tonight?
Yes, but we're 3 or 4 slides away, 5
Okay.
slides away.
I count 9 slides, but okay. The other thing is so I actually think that we should go almost in the opposite direction, because I think that with people in the police department doing social media, people in the, you know, stormwater, fire, you know, every single one of those people doing social media takes away from something else they could be doing. And social media is very difficult and very time consuming if you're doing it well. And they are all doing it well. So I think that, like, rather than a part-time marketing specialist, I'd almost rather see like a full-time marketing specialist, and then get back all the capacity that you're currently using up for people that are in the police department but spending most of their time on social media, in Parks and Rec but spending most of their time on social media. Like that, I think, would be consolidating all the social media, a central comms calendar that comes out of. I mean, that's, to me, that's an efficiency that we could capture.
We could. Again, Parks has their own position now. They've had that for several years. I don't think it's quite the workload in PD and fire than you may expect.
That's fair.
And yeah, we could always add, another position in comms to bring that in-house, but I wouldn't put that position as a higher priority than some of the things we're already not funding.
No, but I mean, if we take the part-time marketing specialist and combine that with the person that's already a full-time, that's already doing social media for, like, let's say Parks and Rec and whatever, Storm, then we could just move that person and that budget over into the comms team, and they could be the Parks marketing specialist and the whatever other social media expertise we need.
Yes, I think to your point that you made, which is it's somebody with a full-time job that is doing this, typically someone that's an administrator. It's Bill Granger in the fire department. It's Dana Smoke with a little bit of help in the police department. So it's administrative staff that is doing that social media component. So there's really not a position to take. We would have to hire another position.
Yeah. I think what she's trying to say is the two persons that you said, suppose it's taking 10% of their time in fire, 20% in police, and like that. So if you pull all those people to a central command under communications, you are freeing up that time of those people that they can do other things than just social media.
No, I
Because
get
they
that.
do it, yeah.
But you need the body, because I can't take Bill Granger and put him in communications because 90% of his work is fire department.
Not that, like, the work will be just moving to a central place is what she's saying.
No, I get that. We would have to have a body to do that work.
And who is currently doing in comms?
So Laura Go right now is currently our social media coordinator. I think she has a new title coming under the reorganization, but she's our primary social media person. But again, also keeping in mind, there's not a lot of capacity in comms because they're undergoing a realignment to avoid adding a website position. So they're getting pretty tight. But thank you for the feedback.
So maybe I've got this wrong in my head. A marketing, because we're talking about social media, a marketing specialist does more than just
Correct.
social media.
Correct.
So this is somebody who's going to market the programming and whatever they do. So,
Correct.
yeah.
So they would supplement Katie Gruninger in Parks, who does that. But as we continue to grow programming and other things in Parks, it can be more than a one-person job.
Okay, I'm still not 100%, but okay.
All right?
All right, so as we mentioned earlier, we have about $8.64 million in these packages. But not only do they fit into those packages, they also fit into other community investments as well. Those other budget priorities that you all have identified through the SOAR exercise and your retreat. That ranges anywhere from the highest being Building Our Future at $3.5 million, our lowest being Livable Community Options at $55,000. But those aren't just numbers, they actually come to outcomes. So those outcomes are anything from allocating resources to activate town center, additional resiliency when it comes to core operations, tackling those other workflow issues and those other areas of concern that we can, in order to be more efficient within the organization. It establishes our reserves. Any questions about the budget priorities, not just the packages? All right, so when we talk about how we get there and anticipated revenue, so our base revenue, our base budget is about $58.5 million in revenue. After adding fund balance, those other reserves and fee growth that we talked about, some additional grant dollars that come from Smart Shuttle, as well as just a few other resources that increase, we come to about $61.7 million in anticipated revenue based on this. Our expenses and our new investment, our ending base budget, started at about $55 million, but after some other adjustments, both through the base modifier from areas where we saw increases in the base budget that we could actually reduce down a little bit, as well as that OPEB reduction, we came to about $54.2 million. Adding that 8.6 million gets us to $62.8 million, which is a difference of just over $1 million.
So this is where I've tried to show, this is what we might not fund. This is what you might choose to not fund out of the new requests to get back down to where the revenues exist without extra money. So some of the things to be, and this would be, any combination of these that adds up to $1 million. Right now, we're talking about a 1% COLA. We could do no COLA. That's almost $300,000. Shuttle stops are 120. The 3 firefighters are a little over $100,000 apiece. The half year of the police officer with a vehicle is about 130. Again, BAS to better control things in town halls, 100. That marketing position we talked about is 25. We could go from 3, 4.5, and 6 to 3, 4, 5. That would be a $150,000 reduction. We could delay about $100,000 worth of AV replacements through IT. We could delay the PD detective. That's almost 200 with the vehicle. The EV mowers you've already spoken to. The MASFC fitness position, it's 25. Keep in mind that's got $10,000 of revenue associated, so it's really a net 15. And then we could reduce the fleet budget, but again, as requested, we'll show you what the impact of doing that is in terms of the fleet, particularly police cars and other vehicles. And then again, there's the opportunity, should you wish to consider it, for a public safety penny. And then you could also certainly do a half cent that would reduce, where you probably have to eliminate about half of $1 million from the items above. This is not the only items. This is the items that I would suggest to be considered based on what's being requested, but you certainly could look at other things to get down there.
All right, so let's talk about, I'm sorry.
Sorry, you can't go that fast. No, you can't go that fast.
I know we're gonna
So I'm gonna just say a couple of things. First, I have never been asked or weighed in, and I have not heard council asked or weighed in about any kind of tax increase. So this is the first time I want the public to understand that. This is the first time we're talking about any kind of a tax increase this year. So, and I've already told you I'm not in favor of a tax increase. I said that about 15 minutes ago. I'm also not in favor of the items that are listed in option number 1. So, again, this is me. We all have to weigh in here. Are you telling me this is your, typically when you create a balanced budget, you can't fund everything. We just can't. We have never been able to fund everything. That is just a given. When we do our own household expenses, when we talk about going on vacations in our families, we can't do it all. So we have to pick and choose. We prioritize, and then those things that either can wait or are not of a high priority, we push to a future year. So we do that here every year. Council has to make some really hard decisions. So I guess what I'm a little surprised about, this is a list that you all put together, Brandon and the staff. Are you telling me these are the items that are of the least priority in putting together a budget?
I think these are the items that are the least necessary compared to some of the other things we're doing. Some of the other things are included, again, and we can certainly circle back on timing with Town Center, but there's a bit of investment in Town Center that's in there. I'm telling you that those 2 positions are important, timing dependent. I am saying that the planner is more important, given where we are in the totality of the circumstances, I believe, than the positions you see up there. And again, keeping in mind, there's also another almost 5 million that we haven't even discussed that I'm not even suggesting we consider.
And that's fine. We do that every year.
We do.
We do that every year. That's how
Yep.
it goes. I guess I'm, I've heard over time, council talk about how public safety is important. So that's why I'm surprised that that's on this list. And I think I've heard, and I know I personally have said repeatedly, that I want to make sure we take care of current staff before we bring on any new staff.
Yep.
And I don't see that reflected on this slide. And so that is concerning to me. So those I would tell you it's time to go back and relook at this and come up with a different kind of balanced budget with priorities of the council. And I told you the two things that matter to me. I mean, the others have to weigh in too, but I am not, I'm trying really hard not to cause another tax increase to the public because they were impacted by one just 2 years ago that was significant and was to build capacity for this town for the foreseeable future. Now, clearly not till the end of time, I get that. And so this is not, I think you need to go back and start over again, quite frankly.
Councilmember Scott Johnson.
Thank you. I know a lot of thought and discussions and hard work has gone into putting these budget proposals together. And it's really difficult to do everything. Like Councilmember Johnson said, we always have more wants than we have funding. With that said, there was such a significant impact to our community on the last 2024, tax increase that I fear that we cannot, in good conscience, at least I cannot in good conscience, recommend a raise in our property taxes. With that said, we're going to have to prioritize the different options and timing of the spend. I'm really focused on the recurring expenses because that obligates us to future base budgets and increases in base budgets. And since our anticipated base budget is flat, net flat, because of, the pushback on the property tax, and so forth, it's very important that we focus on the recurring. Now, with that said, we opened our meeting with the 2026 one-time expenses, and we didn't want to weigh in until we heard everything. So I'll just put it out there and then I'll stop. But for the OI study, because we still haven't really landed squarely on what that is and all that timing, we could take that 150,000 and accelerate something that is being in the fiscal year 27 budget to 26. And that'll give us some capacity. So if we move things around, and one of the things that I think is important for our community are the shuttle stops that have been studied and the mobility for our community. So the shuttle stops are estimated at 120,000, and that seems a little high to me, but that is an example of maybe accelerating shuttle stops and then putting the OI study on hold. And that way you kind of still make progress, but there's, an opportunity to reach out to the business community. It's not as much of a time-dependent activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that's a great idea. No, but I think that's a great idea. Having said that, I have to respectfully take issue with something that Councilmember Johnson said, because there was a tax increase 2 years ago, and that was a big one. And that was hard for a lot of them. My husband didn't talk to me for a week, okay? So it was hard for a lot of people. But the thing is, I don't think that what we did there was to establish enough capacity for the foreseeable future. I think what we did there was we played catch up on positions and equipment and programming that we had been kicking the can on, and some capital projects, et cetera, that we had been kicking the can on for a long time because of because of our reluctance to raise taxes in a regular year. And so the thing is that with a reval, it's hard to predict what the tax impact is going to be on people. But within a regular budget year with no reval, we know exactly what it's going to be. We know that for people with a house and land that's worth about $750,000, we know that's going to be $74 annually. So to me, I think that, I mean, I know this is going to make me wildly unpopular, but I think that we have to start capturing incremental capacity in the off years, because right now we're going into a 2-year valuation cycle. Once we have a 2-year valuation cycle, that's going to be unpredictable every other year until the end of time. I think that I'm not suggesting, I'm kind of suggesting that if we did go up a penny this year and captured $971,000 in capacity and got maybe like broke even and got a little bit ahead, then in next year's budget, maybe the same thing again, $74 for the average, like an average house in Morrisville at $750,000. And then we wouldn't have to increase taxes in reval years to catch ourselves up. And I think that it was, respectfully, an error made by previous councils to not capture small capacity every year. And I mean, so that's it. I think that a half a cent a year is better than, 20% at the time of a reval. So and I'm only saying that to say, I think it's too early to say no increase. I think that we have to look at the budget in total and look at what is the actual cost of putting off some of these things. Like we put off the gables year after year after year. What did the gables, you were on the council list, what were the gables projected to cost in the beginning?
I couldn't tell you that number. So.
I mean, but it wasn't like $1 million, right?
I couldn't tell you that number, so I have no idea.
It's pretty much always full depth reclamation though.
Yeah, but it was always full depth reclamation. But back in 2019, full depth reclamation didn't cost $1 million, is my point. Right. So I think we have to look at what are we kicking down the road that's going to get geometrically more expensive? That's going to get progressively more expensive or geometrically more expensive, and that is going to come back to haunt us because we didn't capture the small amount of capacity every year.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me pick up on that. I think I respectfully disagree because we are growing at the rate of 4 to 6% from last several years, which means we are adding the capacity as, $3-4 million. We can get the trends, we can look at all the trends that is going up. So the capacity is automatically getting with the development and other stuff. So there's no need to increase when the natural growth is happening and we are basically using it. Second is when we increase 5%, 5 cents, one of the main things I was told was we are going to have the capacity, not now, but also in the future. It's not a catch-up. It was a very clear, go back in the videos, I have a photographic memory. It was saying you will build capacity. Right, Brandon, you were there. I still remember this table you told us. Like, this is not just for now, but for future. At the time, what you thought, that was what the statement was.
And that was
Yeah,
true to an extent.
Exactly.
You know, you
Yeah, that's what
can't-
I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
No, so now, and with your point, especially the reval, we don't know what is next year. We don't know if we have to increase again, if anything goes down, 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents, because the number of people who are appealing are not single-family homes mostly, are people in the commercial section, and we have a whole fluctuation where we used to take pride saying that we have 50% commercial and 50% residential, and we took advantage of it when it went up 20%, very well would come and bite us now because of the fluctuation of what's going on with the real estate. So we don't know the future, and that is my biggest worry. And it is just 1 cent here. You know, we have pockets where we have, I can tell several examples where we have pulled $1 million here and there. So I honestly don't see $1 million a big that needs to be advertised as a tax increase. And also the number one, this list for me was pretty interesting because the number one issue, the top issues that we have always addressed is taking care of our personal, taking care of public safety, and parks and recs, you know, which is our crown jewel. All those things is, this list is basically defining to sacrifice for that. Is that the only list? Because if I had to run, you know, with my house on fire, the first thing I'll pick is my family and run. This is like, okay, I'm leaving my family, and so like, you know, it's all my, you know, leave it, and yeah, I would do that. But that's what I feel, Brandon,
I
because.
think that's a bit of an exaggeration.
But this is like the, you know, the firefighters. We just had our big fire. So, you know, by putting that, I feel that's like we are not listening to the people. We are not like, you know, time and again we have talked about it, that public safety always comes, transportation is coming on the top. And so taking care of our people are coming on the top. Those are the 3 areas. And I would suggest if you can go back and look other places than these, because this is all customer facing. You know, it affects the personal, it affects our public safety by taking 3 firefighters out, and the detectives, and the merit increase, which is the most important thing for them. Just, you know, from my point of view, that's how I look it up. But if you can find any other sources, that would be better, because these are the options you gave. We're asking if there are any other options on the table.
There.
I would like to just voice my agreement with the Mayor Pro Tem about how we have to look big picture and look into the future. And with the challenges of property tax and everything, I think it's important to capture capacity in small incremental ways as we go. Just before we had the 5% property tax adjustment, I believe that was really catch up, and I thought the town manager was very innovative in having some of that be first time, one time, and some of it being recurring, so that those first time, that one time funding can become recurring over time. And we have used up that capacity, I believe, over time. And it's just took 2 years, but I think it's really important that we keep in mind that the quality of life is why people live in Morrisville. That's a great place to live, greenways, all the programming, and the programming takes people. And this is a recommendation from our town manager who's looking at the totality of everything that's going on. And he believes that planning is really important because we have to keep that moving forward. That's some of the most important things, and it mostly pays for itself with permitting and fees. I do not want to delay any of these things, including the planner and everything. Those are those things that we're going to need in the next year or two. So I don't want to have to keep playing catch up every couple of years. So I think that a public safety penny this year would take us a long way. As I mentioned earlier, I'd also be in favor of keeping the land acquisition, because the public safety penny right now protects our community for the present, and the land acquisition protects our community and our community's future to make sure that we can control development to a certain extent and make sure that we have the parks, greenways, and everything in order to keep us moving forward. So, and like you said, we'll probably get some feedback in the supermarkets and stuff about that, but I would support 2 cents this year, period. And over time, just before the last property tax adjustment, there's people coming up to me, if you had just done it 1 penny a year for a couple of years, we would have been happy. So I take that to heart. I'd like to start doing that now. We've already waited 2 years. I think we're already playing catch up again in order to keep on doing all the great things that our residents want. Thank you.
So property taxes are regressive. They impact the people at the lowest income levels more than people at the higher income levels. So if we could tax wealthy corporations and billionaires, that would be great, but we can't. At least not at the municipal level in North Carolina. From this list, just some thoughts that I have. For the COLA cost of living adjustment, I think of that as staff takes care of us as a community, so we should take care of staff in that regard. With the firefighters, we're not up to the NFPA standards, and I think to Councilmember Johnson's point, what helps our current staff, I think that's one of the areas that would help our current staff with the firefighters, only because it seems like there's challenges with not having that additional personnel to the current personnel. Then also with the BAS for town hall, that presumably is a budget capacity multiplier, because that can improve energy efficiency, so reduce operating costs there, but also reduce labor from having to adjust set points and whatnot throughout the building. So I think that's one of those ones that'd be a good one to do. And then I think the shuttle stops, I think that's important. I think we should.
What was the last one? I'm sorry.
Shuttle stops.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Johnson.
I just need to make one more comment. I take issue with this wording that this is a public safety penny. That's not true. This list is not all public safety, so I wish we would not use that term. I don't think that's fair to anybody.
Okay. Let's give it. So it does. It's the concept of options and we'll come back to some different options. This is a summary of the 4.7 that is not recommended in the budget. That includes lighting conversion at MCP to LED. That's about $300,000. There is some PD technology that they've requested to expand their forensics capacity beyond what is starting with them in the money that's in this year. The positions, there is an HR specialist that would do learning and training. There is a finance grants position that is not recommended. There is some additional public works operations positions that were not included. Sustainability specialists, the recommendation is to let them continue a second year with an intern. That has worked well for Kimberly, particularly in the context of doing the sustainability master plan, and that will better dictate what the future may be for that program and what the workload would be. There's also a request for a transportation planner that's not recommended. The public art plan is still out there. So there are additional public works equipment replacement and upgrades that have been delayed. Again, facility improvements here, that includes paint, carpet in the rest of the building, paint and carpet in this room, some lighting improvements. MASC, it includes some improvements there to make it look better, not necessarily directly functional, but to improve the experience. And then some smaller other, one-time consulting services, small equipment, things like that. Questions on that? Mayor and then Councilor Johnson.
Quick question about the MCP lighting conversion. What would be the payback on that? Switching to LED is generally a good idea.
I have to get that information.
That would be a good FAQ maybe. As we're trying to pull things out, if that is a good ROI, I think consider putting it in.
Okay. Councilman Johnson.
Actually, Brian, I don't have a question on this slide, but you skipped a slide that in the current, the updated presentation that we received today.
Yes, I'm sorry, the penny slide.
Yeah, please go to that because I have some comments on that too.
Okay.
On the wrong one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. Yep. No, go ahead. Explain first,
Okay.
and then I'll have my question.
So it really is just for illustrative purposes of what the impact to a single-family home at different tiers would be at 35 cents versus 36 cents. So at a larger home, $1.5 million, you would see an increase of about $147 annually. It's about 12 and a quarter a month. More representative home of Morrisville at about $750. We would see an increase of about $75 a month, a little bit less than that, about
$75 a year.
I'm sorry, a year.
$6 a month.
About $6 a month. Yeah, don't want to get that wrong. And then a condo or townhome, an average condo or townhome is about $580,000 in value. And so that difference would end up being about $58 annually, a little bit less than $5 a month. And ultimately, that would generate that penny, that $971,000.
So thank you, Byron. Thank you for that. I have to say this because I'm going to hear this tomorrow when the public sees this slide. This conversation cannot be taken in isolation. I think we need to include the past 2 years and 2 years ago with the revaluation and the tax increase. That matters. Okay. It matters to the public. So I'd like to see that information in here as well, to be a full representation of how the public has been affected by tax increases 2 years ago, and then what you all are proposing this year.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. And also just put out a disclaimer. Obviously, these are large-scale kind of representations of this. It does not affect every single property owner the same way. And so I just want to make sure we caveat that this is not a guarantee that this would be the exact change for any individual person. It would be at 35 to 36 cents, but not necessarily over the course of that entire time for every single person for a dollar figure. For the amount and the percentage, yeah.
Not trend data this time. Acreage for these types of properties.
I can pull that for you. I can pull that.
And then we can get a value per acre analysis.
And
Yes.
Can you also give us commercial too?
Yeah, I can do the same.
Yeah, because give us a building that we know, and so that as a real value,
Okay.
so that it will at least help us understand, and your anticipation of from the past history who all appeal. So
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Mayor Pro Tem.
So we actually said we were going to discuss this later, and I don't think we did. So the people that have appealed their property taxes, they didn't pay property taxes last year, right? Because they were under appeal?
Maybe, maybe not. I think what Byron covers, they have a choice. They can pay it and then get the refund with some interest, or they can take the chance of not paying it and then having to pay with interest.
Okay. So assuming that most people would choose not to pay or to pay partially or whatever, so we don't have that money right now, is the point. So was that money in the 26 budget and we didn't realize it, or how did that work?
So in some cases, we didn't know that there was going to be an appeal for a particular property.
Right.
So when we were given initial property estimates, they would include properties that ultimately decided to appeal. Now, that's something that this previous year, we should have seen sort of clear up, but not all of those appeals have necessarily cleared up. And so as a result, we're starting to see some things roll off now that are finally getting settled. And so it does speak to sort of that, exactly what you're talking about. There are some people that chose to pay and ended up getting refunded, or some people that chose not to pay and ultimately got it reduced if it got resolved prior to the next fiscal year. But yeah, not in all these cases, we don't necessarily have those dollars.
Okay, so then the budget, this budget, does that include those dollars as if we were getting them?
So for the most part, it's extremely conservative, and it's looked at as properties that are under appeal that right now don't look like it's going to be resolved anytime soon necessarily. It's not necessarily factoring those in. As we get more information from the tax office, you might see some of these numbers in terms of assessed value rise a little bit, just depending on whether or not some of those ultimately get settled. We anticipate hearing something from the tax office in the next, hopefully we can hear something this week. If not, it'd be early next week about a revised assessed value to see whether or not any potential growth has happened or any potential appeals have been resolved to be able to increase that number.
Okay, I don't think I'm making myself clear. Somebody help me. I'm saying that we did not collect property taxes on those properties. So we thought we were going to collect property taxes on those properties, and then we did not collect them because they were under appeal.
Not,
Go.
so the question is, if they're under appeal, is there an escrow account that has been funded with those held monies? Or did we actually receive monies if they decided to go, it's kind of like a gamble for the individual property owner is if we receive the money, because it's not clear which of these properties have received the money and which of the properties have forgone and it's taken the risk.
And I think he did mention, so bottom line, $1.5 billion, they might have given, they may not, but end of the day, until unless, say, the appeal was selected at 1.5, maybe 1.25 overall.
Right,
But
reduced.
that money is coming no matter what. It is just a delay.
It's a
That's it.
cash flow issue, really.
Yeah.
So the money that from property taxes that we had, in a sense, counted on last year that was not forthcoming, we either didn't make those purchases from the budget or we just figured that out somehow.
So let me answer your first question first. So in some cases, some people did not pay, and so therefore we did not receive that revenue. You're correct about that. So we anticipated, because they're on the tax rolls, it's a bill that ultimately were owed, but they did not pay while it's in appeal. In other cases, we had some appeals actually get resolved where people did actually pay. In those cases, we have to refund that money. If you recall the last council meeting, when we took the Wake County property tax refunds over $100, those are examples of situations where a property owner has paid and ultimately got refunded for whatever reason, whether it's, a mistake from a previous year's reduction that didn't ultimately get caught by the tax office until later, or situations where, ultimately they didn't know the taxes. And so therefore it got reduced down.
But what she's asking also is the $1.5 billion is a hole in the overall budget.
Right.
How did you bridge that? Because that was allocated
Right.
to something too. So how did that get?
Thank you.
There you go, that's the
Yes.
question. So
That's a,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that
Couple
was
of
the long
ways.
way around for
It's okay.
sure.
Yeah.
we got it, sorry it's late. So we bridged that a bit with the sales tax being overperforming. That was a good chunk of that. Again, we found a little bit of additional revenue from Wake County through the fire department because they do a cost match for the percentage of our budget that goes out into the unincorporated, so we found some more dollars there. Small pieces like that have basically balanced that out.
Okay, so this brings me to the next part of my question, which is, does this mean that we are going to get a $1.5 million chunk of money that we've already balanced out, right? So there's no hole waiting to be filled with that $1.5 million. So that's going to be a one-time payment, or like, I mean, it's going to dribble in, right? But it's going to be basically $1.5 million. Couldn't we pay for some of the things on that list with that and not have to raise taxes and not have to cover those things?
Go ahead.
I'll let you go first.
Well, no, there's no guarantee of that money coming. There's also no guarantee of the timing on that money coming.
But at some point, aren't people just going to have to pay taxes? Like
If
have to pay
they don't
something.
get a reduction and don't get a rebate.
But if they get a reduction, they're still going to have to pay.
The
They're not,
difference,
it's not,
yes.
they're not going to get reduced to
Some amount of
zero.
money is coming, yes. We don't know what that amount is and we don't know when.
But what is a classic appeal? Is it like, say, $100 million property, you know, and the taxes say just hypothetically $10 million? Are they saying, it's worth only $5, I will pay $5 million? How much is the gap that you're talking? It may not be a whole lot because, you know, it's like 15-20%.
Right, but the point is we don't have the money now
No, I get
and we
it.
will get the money.
Well, yeah, exactly. So the key is what? 1.5 billion as a capital. We say, suppose we get that chunk of money, let it be appealed, not appealed. Worst come worst, we'll get 1.25 worth of taxes.
Yes.
You know, at some point or the other, no matter what. So that is what she's saying is that will come because they're not. With appeal doesn't mean they are like getting a waiver of taxes.
Right.
And it's not
Yeah.
zero.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. If additional revenue came in via tax, and we saw it over and above what it was what we initially planned for, projected out, and budgeted for, we do have the ability to appropriate that funding and use it for something in the future.
And I'm saying no.
I'm saying no because you've already accounted for it. You've already, used tax rates or taxes, sales tax and everything, and, use some whatever lapsed salary. So we don't need that 1.5 anymore for the stuff that we needed it for when we originally made that. I'm really sorry. That's baby Grace. So then can we spend it on something different? Because we've already bought the stuff that we were going to buy or spent the money that we were going to spend. We've spent it from other places. So can we use that 1.5 to plug a hole in this budget, which is $1 million?
So the issue is that we don't have a guarantee that we're getting that, right?
We have a guarantee that we're getting some of it.
But we don't know what that, I guess that's where I'm going. We don't know what that is. We don't know.
And
if
we
it's-
don't know when.
And we don't.
But
know.
it's not going to be less than they were supposed to pay originally before the increase. Okay,
It won't be less than their appealed amount.
yeah,
That's the bare minimum
Correct.
that we're going to get. But essentially, think of it as the MSD.
do you need a mic on?
Think of it like the MSD. We've already invested a lot of money in there, and it's going to sort of repay us over time. So we can't count on it. Well, we can count on the MSD more, but this one's going to trickle in. It'll just add to our fund balance over time. We have to budget with what we are sure to have in a timely manner that we know when we're going to get it. So that money, that's going to come eventually, but that's not something that we can really
So I think
count on.
there's a couple ways to potentially approach that, right? One is to wait until you have it and then use it. Because you can always amend your budget during the year. If something comes in, when this is all said and done, we're not going to fund everything. I think we all recognize that. So we could certainly prioritize with you at that time, understanding that you don't know what's going to pop up during any given year, right? So I think that's one option, is to come back to you when we accrue it, when we receive the dollars, and discuss what some options might be to invest it. Another thing is something like that might be an opportunity to increase your fund balance. I mean, it's a balancing act, right? There's no right or wrong answer there, but it's something to think about in the bigger picture of how are we achieving multiple goals within the budget, because we want to increase fund balance, we want to invest in our people and in the town and in reserves, but we can't necessarily do all those at once. So I think that might be a better conversation when the money comes and where are we at that moment in time.
Right.
But it's a good conversation.
Yeah, the challenge is this typically does get resolved within a year. And now we're, coming up to 2 years, almost 2.5 years, and we still don't have a resolution on this. We're in a little bit of unprecedented territory.
But I think what I heard, the good news is the sales tax is offset by this one. So at least if we know which ones they are, like it will at least help us, obviously we budget very conservative and obviously it comes more. So let's have that grace to see how we can bridge that gap. A good discussion.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to roll through these lessons. This is just to give you an idea of what's on the horizon. This is just, again, things that we're thinking about that will come up potentially in FY28 and beyond. We're always having to come up with essentially $4 million to fund the reserves. We do have a lease that we've agreed to with Singh in the town center for the 4,000 square feet. We are working with the school system on the joint use agreement at Cedar Fort. That's going to be minimally $100,000 annually in maintenance. It could be more. Again, the impact of FY28 reval, capturing master plan recommendations. We're doing the CTP, we're doing a Parks and Rec master plan. There are certainly going to be things that come out of that. Future general obligation bond referendum planning. We've talked about that. We'll circle back on that more. Again, long-range staffing projects 38 full-time and 4 part-time positions in the next 3 years. And that's to do a lot of what we're sort of already doing that's expanding and growing. It's not a lot of new initiatives there. Ongoing facility maintenance needs are always there. And then again, right now we're building out the first half of the public works facility, but we still have about half of that building that they aren't going to use that we can take advantage of when the time is right and when we have an appropriate need and fit for that. So.
So I can ask one question and then we'll end. So future impacts, and also output is we're pretty much built out. So what is the impact of that? Because we can't be just flying as much as we can because we hit the ceiling. So I would like to see the impact, because how do we then start either increase the taxes or reduce?
Well, and I think we can give you some estimates, but we also don't have, all those answers. We don't necessarily know what's going to redevelop, what's not. I mean, I can have ideas. If you drive around town, you can probably think of a few places that might redevelop, but yeah.
But yeah, that's also an impacting factor.
Oh, it absolutely is. Councilor Cussin.
I would recommend researching the growth Ponzi scheme. It kind of covers. So going back one slide, because we had started there and then we went backwards before I had a chance to give a comment there. The lighting conversion, I would want to know what the cost savings are for that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what the mayor asked us. Councilor Johnson.
What's on this slide?
Which,
Future effects.
this,
They can just keep
Yeah,
going.
so, I don't know, if revenues are, so this idea of projection of revenues over time and redevelopment opportunities, that whole conversation is really important, because if revenues are slowing, I mean, we heard sales tax is not, and other utility taxes, we're doing well there, but if property tax is slowing, or rather, if our growth is slowing, and so that revenue is affected, and let me just say this too. Years past, I think Satish said it before, our growth is now in that 4% 4 to 6% every year. Years past, it was way higher than that. And that's why we did not have to raise taxes, and we were able to accomplish a lot because there was this robust growth here in the town. And now clearly that is changing. The redevelopment opportunity is still there, but kind of unknown. So I think the other part of this equation then is, or what is important to me is that when we start talking about new and expanded services, we need to think about and prioritize those as well. And what are we willing to fund and at what expense? And I think the public needs to weigh in. That needs to be a robust conversation with the public too. When we talk about roundtables during the year, we're all offering up all kinds of stuff that costs a lot of money, and I do too. And so, maybe we need to kind of think that through as well, and how it's going to affect our capacity and where that revenue's coming from too. So, it's concerning.
Okay. Anything else?
All right, I'll breeze through this. Just the highlights. Ultimately, over the course of the past 5 years, we've averaged about $9 million in new investments. Our revenue is growing at about 5.8% over the course of the past 5 years. Do want to point out, though, just like Council Member Johnson said, a lot of that growth was a lot higher in previous years, and so we're starting to see a lower growth, even though that percentage is still pretty high. And ultimately, we see the penny at $630,000 in 22, up to $970 in 26, and now we're at about $971. So then looking at our other budget planning that we have coming up, we're still working on peer community data. We're a bit earlier than everyone else is right now, so we're still having some of that information trickle in as other communities are working on their particular budget. Still finalizing those details, working through our budget outreach, and then still monitoring any sort of legislative issues and legislative discussions that are happening at both the state and federal level. Councilmember.
Yeah, the last one, do we have an approximate date when we will know? Obviously, I'm an NCL in my last role, but I just wanted to know, is it before the budget, after the budget? Because the session has just started, right?
When you'll know about the property after. Yeah,
after the budget.
Probably well after.
Because, and can we, in anticipation project, like if there's, I know something will come out of it, it's for sure, like especially for seniors and veterans or something. Do we have that kind of a data to even project, okay, assuming this passes, this is a hit on our thing? Will that be something you guys can give us?
Again, I think after next week, when my expectation and what I'm hearing from talking to people is that we're going to see some numbers, and we're going to see the formula they might be proposing. So I think once we have that, we can at least give you some idea of what that impact, worst case might be.
That's good.
Year over year.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, and then last, I have a few questions that if we need to discuss any more. Obviously, pause on the 1 penny allocation for land reserves in order to use the existing bond resources. Do we have any other discussion that needs to happen with that?
What do you mean by existing bond resources?
So this would be the land acquisition, the $4.3 million. It's now about $3 million in land acquisition, land bond dollars that we could use for land acquisition. And so we would pause the land reserve penny in order to utilize that prior instead. Any other discussion? Okay. I think we've gotten a lot of input when it comes to what you all can remove to generate capacity. I think we heard you, and we're going to be bringing back some additional information for you. Obviously, we need to, can bring something else back for number 3. when considering additional revenues to fund those public safety needs? And then, what else do you all need to see when it comes to a recommended budget proposal? Any other comments related to that? Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem.
I honestly think that adding anything else would be going in the wrong direction. Like, I feel like we have to make a lot of cuts to what's already there. I didn't see any glaring holes, but I'll wait to hear from everyone else.
Councilmember Scarlett Johnson.
I was just curious of the costs associated with the 4.69 million that was not included in this proposal, because you had that, things that were asked but not funded, just to know what those are.
We'll give you a list.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Council.
Really small.
I'll see if I can make it even smaller.
I mentioned it at the retreat, but a Sankey diagram, SANKEY, that's that flow diagram, money's in, money's out. I know that would probably be, certainly if the final budget, that would be helpful there.
Is there interest? Sankey?
It's very cool. I wouldn't mind seeing more.
Any other questions or comments?
Well, we need to circle back to the $500,000. So what I think I've heard is hold on O&I, but try to reinvest that now if we can, if there's things off of the list that we can get done this year. Are you comfortable with the other items, or do you have any questions on those?
Only one thing, like I heard that digital forensic equipment also in this current budget.
So-
and that also, what is that? Both
It's growing a program, growing a lab. So this is the very basic stuff to be able to analyze phones, laptops, gather data. The other information is to expand that ability in other areas over time.
Yeah, and can we get, like, what's the cost differential? Because right now you said you subcontracted to someone, right, to do all that job versus in-house.
Well, no,
versus
right now
others?
we use other agencies that provide the service, but we wait.
No, and is that free service or is it?
Generally, it's free. I don't think we pay anybody to do any digital evidence for us right now. We would wait sometimes.
No, currently we wait on other agencies, and sometimes depending on the type of crime, the severity, whether it's violent crime versus property crime, we can wait a very long period of time.
And
So it does affect the investigation.
is that also encompass SBI coming and doing fingerprints and all those things, or that's not part of it?
No, they still do that basic work right now. So this is going outside of that, more into the digital forensics side, that they have a more limited scope just because of their own capacity.
Yeah, thank you.
Could we then get thumbs up that we're going to allow us to utilize the 500,000 with the exception of the O&I, which we will reinvest another way?
350.
Okay, thank you. That is what we have for you. Thank you. I know this is a long night, but obviously there's a lot to do with this budget, so I appreciate the feedback. It gives us a good opportunity to put some things together. We will get to work on the FAQ and try to have that to you as soon as practical. We'll gather in the morning and discuss what we think timing-wise, because we clearly need another solid work session. That can come, I think it needs to come before a recommended budget at this point, because I think there's a lot we still need to discuss. So we're going to look at the calendar. There's some time on Tuesday night, but again, it's Tuesday night, and right now it's Thursday night, so we can only get so much done in that time. We may take a look at a work session on the 28th and perhaps present the first May meeting.
I will not be there on Tuesday.
Okay.
April 28th, right. April, yeah. There's a couple of months. Well, May, we're trying to.
What do you say before the proposed budget?
I understand, but.
Actually, I'm not gonna be on May 20th either, so it doesn't really matter.
Anything else, Byron?
No, that's it.
I think we have what we need. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll be seeing everyone again this upcoming Tuesday at 6 PM for our regular scheduled meeting. Thank you very much for a really good discussion this evening. Anything for the good of the order, sir?
No, sir.
I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Rabati with a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson with a second. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none is 10:02. We are adjourned. That carried unanimously. Thank you.